welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. Joined here tonight with our guest of honor, who will be leading us in the opening ritual for our Week in Review to set the tone. Thanks so much for being with us today, Doooovid, and over to you.
Hey, thanks, Jennifer. Good to be here. Thanks for organizing this as usual. Welcome, everyone. And, been a pretty good week. Here in the U.S., the Democratic primary, Biden, talk about that. People are trying to get back into school. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. COVID-19. I was just at the Hare Krishna temple at a graduation celebration. 8 kids graduated high school. I've been going to temple with him for like a decade. So it was, put me in a pretty good mood. I've been streaming with Luke Ford. I want to talk about that. I'm not really sure if it's going anywhere. We'll see if Brundle shows up or something. But I was thinking I might, I got to see, if it's really going anywhere. These regular streaming with, Luke or what's up with Luke. Maybe I think Howie's going to come on. And I sent a message out to Vince, who looks like he's reorganizing Hindus for Trump. See if he's around, if he wants to talk about that. Jennifer said maybe a friend of Halsey reached out. So hopefully we'll get into a good mood to start bringing on people and advancing ideas. Saying like we want to be good people. We enjoy helping people. Duty calls. Sometimes we got to be on the battlefield. But that's not our primary function. Just duty includes occasionally having to be on the battlefield. And unfortunately, the current state of karma, that could be quite often. But, in essence, we're here to help and, desire to be good people. So with that, let me do another Hare Krishna tune this week. This one was one of my favorite. When I was in University of Michigan, we used this, tune to chant to very often. And it's also kind of like I don't call it like a cute melody that kids like also. So sometimes at the temple, like kids chant and could also chant this tune. And the Hebrew month of Elul started, meaning the Hebrew New Year is going to be in like 30 days. So I'll probably chant a Hare Krishna this week, and then next week go back to Hebrew chants, maybe tunes without the mantras. And, for the Hindus out there, I believe Tuesday is Radhastami. So we had Janmashtami, the appearance day of Krishna, was a few weeks ago. And this Tuesday is the appearance day of Radhe. So if Jennifer wants to talk about Radhe, that's very good. So with that, I'll do a quick 3-part Hare Krishna chant. Not sure if this one really has the hero's journey type tune, but it's like a nice kind of interesting melody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I actually don't have the high part in me right now. There is a third part, a high part. I have it on my YouTube channel, but kind of like a nice, pleasant melody. You could consider it like a hero's journey type, entry of the hero. The Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, maybe kind of like a kid's melody, where you could see a young Krishna in that, and the entrance of the hero in kind of like a juvenile way, as demonstrated by the tune. As in that tune's a pretty popular temple tune. Does have a high part. I just whatever reason the karma wasn't in me to. But I guess before we start considering Rodostomy, if Jennifer wants to say anything about Rade, otherwise we could enter the week in review.
I don't have any particular insights to share, so might as well just get on with the show. Did you have a good week?
Yeah, I guess I did a Babs cast on my channel.
Oh, that's right. You know what? My husband was like, we had to listen to it twice. That's how much he liked it.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, can you just put it on? I'm like, we've already listened to the whole thing. He's like, just put it on again. I thought it was a good one. It got quite a few views, and it's always nice to see Babs back. Don't you think he sounds a little more grown up?
Yeah, I'm saying that maybe the weight of responsibility makes a person sound grown up, but no, I'm not necessarily. I think that's
I didn't necessarily mean it that way, like that his soul had been sucked out or anything. He just sounded like more specific, like almost like he had been working on his rhetoric. Like he was sounding very classy in how he was expressing himself. It was just interesting. I like to watch, note personal growth in people. Makes me wonder what happened to Kyle. Because Kyle kind of, he was around for a while. Like he was daily on Luke for quite a while. And then he came back once. And I don't think he's been seen since.
Well, I think Babs hinted that they're working together or may even, be physically working together, at least are in contact. I didn't impress him on that. Made like Mansoor and Kyle, that they're, like somehow entered business together and are probably, maybe even in close contact, although, I didn't press him for details.
Oh, that's nice. And you got Elliot on the show too, right?
Yeah, Elliot and even Judas came on, and Elliot was kind of cheerful, talk about interesting things, and Judas, like right when they first came on, they could have I don't know, kind of like derailed into degeneracy, God forbid, pretty quickly. So I had to put my foot down into it's like acceptable topics like Torah, making money, the coming of Messiah, but like I didn't want like just like degeneracy or talking about nonsense that might lead to degeneracy. But then Elliot ended up being pretty jovial and saying some pretty insightful, interesting things.
Yeah, you called Judas out right away. That was pretty classic. I like that. It was one for the ages, that's for sure. I was trying to pull it up here, but my computer's going kind of slow. John Wolf said Doovid had to put his foot down. Yeah, I thought it went really well. So it seems like the StreamYard's interface works pretty well for you then. You like the
real easy
people.
Yeah, and then I guess I got some Brundle super chats, and I think YouTube raised the rates. Like I think Brundle gave me $34.97 in super chats, like two $4.99s and a $24.99, and my cut of that was only like $17. Something like Google like up to the cut they're taking of it, and like. Take me like months to get that money anyways, but yeah, he was back with some super chats, and I still didn't give him a wrench because like I thought he would just start banning people for no reason. So it's like I didn't even want to sell him.
I don't think he can help himself.
I didn't even want to sell him one.
A child, kind of, in a cute way.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it wouldn't have been cute. It's like, I don't need people starting beef and like banning tiny people out of my chat for no good reason or for their own stupidity. Like I mean, generally, money makes a difference, but like, no, I mean, money. I'm not going to do stupidity just for the sake of money. Money would involve in a compromise or something. That if there was some sort of dispute, and there's going to be a compromise, but not just like please do something stupid, and it's like like no, I don't want to do something stupid. It's like I'll pay you. Generally, yeah, you're in a good situation, if you just like don't do stupid things for money. It's like you gotta have a little bit of self-respect, but it doesn't mean money, is an important factor that could and should cause a person to adapt our behavior.
Well, thank you very much for that little mini lecture on good etiquette. Hopefully, it's well received. Yeah, I'm just replaying a bit of your video, but I've got no sound, just so people can go check it out. It's almost at 300 views, so that's pretty great. That's pretty good. And yeah, hopefully Babs comes back on the scene. Like I know it's a big investment, but I find personally like just committing to a regular show, and with you it makes it easy, because if it was just me, I'm not, you know what I mean, like to do it at a regular time, because I'm more like projects oriented, and I think you are too. So like I don't mind making a video if there's a good reason for it, but I don't always, it's sort of sporadic like it is on the blog. Like sometimes I'll have something to say, and other times it's just the ideas are still sort of percolating.
Yeah, no, I mean, he probably can't stream because like one thing, I mean, he didn't become like a great scholar all of a sudden, so it's not like he's got like great insight, to like people are going to demand his like hot takes. And, especially with the lockdown, the advantage of maybe taking high berth and being in Manhattan is much less when the social party scene isn't really going on. And also now that, he's working in a more professional world, that will vastly limit the allowable behavior he's allowed to do. And so in that sense, like, no, that will probably make like his professional success will probably make him less likely to stream. And then, if he does want to come on to stream, he's going to be like, I'm Riach, you like, I'm making money, I'm awesome, you're not. And then he's going to want to be like a gangster rapper or something like that. And it's probably not going to work. So I'd say, like, no, unfortunately, the karmatic way is like success and streaming don't necessarily go hand in hand. At this point in his life, it's unlikely he'll be able to build up a successful streaming personality that goes along with his professional personality.
Yeah, it's an important one to remember.
So, I mean, if me and you just don't have a professional personality, we're not professional like that, so we don't need to have a professional personality.
Oh, I definitely have one. I mean, I used to have a job, and I was taken pretty seriously at it, and I wouldn't say I'm exactly like this, because now we're talking about stuff I like.
Not the same thing. You're not currently working in a profession where you're either in charge of people or part of some office where people would be concerned about your presence on social media.
Yeah, good point.
And saying, like, if you have employees or something, or whatever your business is, like the Me Too era and these things, it's like loose lips, and so no, I don't think Babs is clever enough to like when he was young and just a student, or but like no, as he gets in the professional world, like he'll have to be like Brundle and like hide his face, and then next thing, or he's just gonna have to be so serious that then he's not going to be interesting anymore.
Oh, gee, I hope that's not true. That seems like a total bummer if that's the case.
I think it is the case. I'm saying, no, I mean, it's not a bummer. It's just karma. I mean, you can't be like popular and have proper etiquette like at the same time. Like just like really, I mean, you could be popular, proper etiquette, and professional at the same time. Like especially profitable, because usually making money and being profitable generally implies having a smaller footprint than what you're actually doing, to make yourself appear to be doing smaller than you actually are is usually a key for success in business. I mean, someday if a monopoly or big brand or something like that, but like generally in business, especially like real estate, stocks, the type thing where your footprint, so to say, is very small, and the people's knowledge of the wealth that you're actually making off of these transactions to some extent is better that people don't know about it. And so to combine that with the you know, social media footprint, like Doooovid, the happy landlord, or something like that. It's going to be hard to have, Doooovid, the landlord streaming personality.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. I was a landlord once and I ran into some tenants at a house party. It was a little awkward. So yeah, I get it.
Or even the mentality to trade stocks when you're thinking like it's so easy to. I mean, there's a factual element where you could just tell from how Babs was speaking that he doesn't really know what he's doing. He might know what he's doing enough that he's making money, or he's got enough mentorship that he's going to be able to keep it successful. But you could tell that he doesn't really understand what's going on, and who knows how long term, and in terms of like I said, like trading stocks or something to make a series of good trades or to have a system that temporarily works is possible even without really understanding it. But like long term, almost all strategies, the law of diminishing returns, law of efficient markets will stop working. You need to devise new ones, and your things could change. So, but it's like Forex Shark or something like that. Saying like, do you really like Doovid could sit around and talk just purely about making money. Just like any concept, any idea, like a business thing, and probably even for hours and hours, like real estate transactions, costs, market values, financial engineering. It's what I studied, even like financial engineering. So from that perspective, like to me, it's a healthy, good thing to be able to talk about things purely in terms of money, and even to just reduce it to that dollar value. But it's not going to be popular in so like when you're studying, you do these things like thank God, like that's why we get paid the big bucks. And it's like no like it's never going to be popular, but at the same time, like that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it takes a lot of focus to it takes a lot of concentration to have the focus required to follow along when someone is lecturing on something that uh, is abstract like that. So yeah, it's I always find it interesting to dive into the money stuff a little bit. I've been studying the financial markets lately just because of all the COVID stuff, and the seems some people have forgotten about this, but I thought it was pretty significant that the spot price of oil, or whatever they call it, went negative temporarily. I thought that was sort of indicative of like maybe how the markets get manipulated through shorting and stuff like that. So that I'm interested in that stuff now, just as a subject, sort of see how things move around. It's really crazy how complicated it is because at some point everything is connected to everything else.
Well, I mean, that's why tried to explain multiple times that from somewhat of a factual representation of karma, the markets are actually the best factual representation of karma. And if you say like, what's from a God's eye view, what's one of the hugest material noticeable things happening on the planet, and it's the consumption of oil. And I think is it gallons? The average person uses like 32 gallons a week, or I mean, there's some huge number of. I mean, someone could probably Google it right now if they cared. Or that people all over the world, even in China and third nation places, but let alone like in America, consume huge amounts of oil. And from a Karmatica perspective, he was like, yeah, like those are barrels and barrels and barrels that come out of the ground and are shipped all over the world for every single person. That it's not just like a few elites or something. Every single person, like basically uses barrels and barrels of oil, every year. And if you wanted, some, I mean, it's not quite infinite; it's finite. we've discussed this before on the show. I have the Daniel Yergin books. Oh man, it's slipping my name. The title of his books. Um, but I mean, yeah, you could have an estimate of where all the major oil wells are, how much in them, what the grade is, and it's actually very unclear because all of our technology, we don't really know what's in the earth, beyond a few tensor miles. So is it possible, that there's oil going, tens of miles deep, or it's possible it dries up, and then the grade and the quality of the oil, like tar sands and various things. But you said on a karmatic perspective, from the God's eye view, that probably is the most significant thing that's happening on the planet. And every single person is basically involved in this global extraction and burning of oil for energy. And the market is the single best representation of that global karma. I mean, obviously, there's many ways to represent it in the factual representation of like the differential equations of the changing energy and form and location. If you want to conceivably had the location of every single atom, and those atoms being collected and moved to some other place, and the energy transmission form of the purification of the oil to the burning of the oil to the CO2 emissions, and like we actually have reasonably good scientific calculations of this stuff. I'm not sure if Jennifer has written has a blog about that, but I mean from a factual like Stephen Wolfram computational perspective, like yeah, you could make reasonably accurate estimates of the moving of all of oil, but I mean, do you get what I'm saying? Like karmatically, what's
Like
the
you're
best?
talking about a proxy for, because karma is like super complex and you can't visualize it all at once. So you want to get like a proxy for this incomprehensibly complex thing. And what I think, the way I understand what you're saying is that the oil consumption proxy is a good starting point because it sort of shows how much energy we consume when there's practical. I mean, I guess there are some practical limits, but
I mean, you really
let's
is
just
really
say a huge
reduced to
excess.
one single number. I mean, the whole thing, just like what's the situation with the single most important commodity, and the biggest probably noticeable aspect of man on Earth, and it's saying it reduces to one number, the current value, traded value of oil.
Yeah, because it's like obviously there's no such thing as one number for any one thing because any one thing is ultra complex. The question is which number encompasses the largest proportion of the information within a phenomenon, because it's like you have to sort of look at it as multiple truths. And one truth could be like, yeah, maybe that this oil thing is sort of the majority shareholder perhaps as regards to the human action potential, at least on the material realm.
Yeah, I mean, multiple truth, as I said, the first use of that idea is really in geology. So oil extraction is largely a geological science and energy science, and obviously most people live indoors and have heat, and the heat is done through some sort of energy, oil, coal. Oil is the most common, and people have automobiles, and it uses oil or commercial industrial buildings, machines, lawnmowers, all types of gadgets that are burn on oil, lanterns, lights, go on and on, generators, of how the world basically runs on oil. Like I said, every person in the world basically uses barrels and barrels of oil every year. And in places like the U.S., it's like unfathomable. Like a person uses like a swimming pool of oil a year, just your average person, even if they didn't think about it. But your average person who has an automobile uses a huge amount of oil every year. And so karma is a fact. Like if you're a believer in the science, accept the science. Like every action has a reaction, every cause, and to say it's actually interesting if you're a dualist to believe that there's some sort of external record of the state of reality from the beginning of reality till today. So in a Judeo system, there's an impersonal God, Hashem, that is largely outside of the reality we exist in, that could judge in reality the sum totality of everything from outside of it. But not all systems are dualistic like that, and so there might be non-dualistic systems that say like, no, you can't have an accurate measure in history of the location of every particle for every point in history.
That's not non-dualistic. That's non-deterministic. The determinism is like, can you set up a series of equations that will give you arbitrary precision at some later point t in the future, versus chaotic systems, which are considered less determinative the more you converge to the original state conditions. So,
well, yeah, right. I'm saying from a sort of say Judeo impersonal.
I guess I have trouble. I have trouble with the dualism versus non-dualism thing, because like I know what it means for me, but I feel like there's no equivalent in English language, and that the non-dualists of today all sound like hash heads saying like basically Mayavadis, like you call them. Anyway, wanted to welcome Doc Naring to the chat. Thanks for stopping by. I met him in another stream. Good times over on the Chris Marcus stream. So thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. And hopefully you enjoy our content. We do take audience questions when they're reasonable. And I don't know if you noticed, Doovid, but your pal Ricardo's in the chat.
Yeah, we can talk look forward and like my future on the show there, but just on the point from the Judeo perspective would be that every atom, every movement, every position of everything in the material realm from its beginning of inception till now is known by God, because God, so by name definition is what was, what is, what will be, is the foundation of the reality we reside in, but at the same time separate from it in a way that we can't understand, that I'm calling in the philosophical language of dualism. So saying if there is no two worlds and there's only the world we're in, and what happened in the past doesn't exist anymore. But from a dualistic perspective, you could have that, no, what happened in the past, that imprint of what happened in the past still exists in this spiritual dual realm. And so there, that's why you need the multiple truth hypothesis to really even think about these things. So it's like, no, there's not, I don't believe in dualism. There's just one material reality that manifests all of what the phenomenon that we would consider physical and spiritual. But then a question about what is the past, what is history, and what is the nature of cause and effect, and can you know the original causes? And you say, okay, we're at a state where there certainly were original causes that led up to the state where we are today, but how much is discernible by people right now looking back at historical causes to figure things out? And you say like, no, I mean, there's basically very useless. I mean, we could discover quite a bit and make society better, but in terms for like knowing all of reality, it's like, no, it's not even close to possible. However,
okay, I got a question here. So would science, like modern Western science, would you classify that as a dualistic or a non-dualistic system?
Well, Western science is largely non-dualistic. It's assuming that the only reality is the material realm.
So in that sense, because I just want to make sure the audience understands here. So what Doovid's talking about is a dualism, i.e. a distinction between the material and the spiritual. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Doovid, but I think that's what you're saying. You're saying that they're essentially different, and that bifurcation is the primal bifurcation. Whereas a scientist would say, the only thing we're dealing with here is material causality, and it's just a matter of us interpreting it within itself and on its own terms. in order to predict future actions, i.e., there's no dual spiritual realm, is essentially what you're saying. Because I think you can apply this dualism to a lot of different things, right? Like, for example, with consciousness, you could have a non-dual approach to consciousnness, which is where you're saying, well, the mind is equal to the body. They're the same thing. There's no distinction. Non-dual. Whereas if you do dualism in where regards subjective consciousness, you're saying, well, the mind is distinct from the body. So just so people know that it's an approach to a range of questions. It's not something that has a universal, or it's not. It doesn't have a single application. It has multiple applications. But yeah,
there's
go ahead.
many implications, advantageous and disadvantageous to different areas on the spectrum, like different paradoxes that can be explained by non-dualism or dualism, different problems that you approach different ones. So I was mentioning, just the very one of history. So if you're a non-dualist, and some of the perspective is, say, people might assume that there's spiritual phenomenon like consciousness or religious or God or the afterlife, or even reincarnation from some perspective, and might think of it as a spiritual non-physical experience. But if you're a non-dualist scientist, you say people perceive it as being non-material, but that's just because they don't understand the phenomenon, and the phenomenon is in fact a material phenomenon. And saying that, so there's gradations of materialism, but so I was just talking about the nature of history. So if you're a pure materialist, and you could question whether there is actually a thing of history, because you're saying, okay, we're at a current state, and that there is the law of cause and effect, and what causes the current reality is the previous causes, but the current state will eventually become a different state that will be the new current state, and what was before that, in a materialistic perspective, is much more questionable, as in terms of what is the phenomenon of the past at all, and how much can you decipher it, as opposed to a dualist perspective, where you could say there was an objective imprint of the past in a separate realm. So if it has to be contained within the same material realm, where do you, it's really a question of time in the first place. If you're contained to just a material realm, where is the imprint of time? As opposed to a dualistic system, you say, okay, the imprint of time exists in a parallel realm that is not affected by the same laws as the material realm. So it could create a circular argument, but that really that's one of the main impetuses of the multiple truth hypothesis in the first place, is people understand how complicated these ideas are going to be needed to solve the hard problem of consciousness, and know that we're going to have to work in a whole spectrum of possibilities, and where you are on the spectrum of possibilities will have different implications, and therefore multiple truth hypothesis to try to work out the best possible truth evaluation by these processes.
Welcome to the show, Howie. Howie's in the chat, said he had some opinions on this. But yeah, I wanted to go a little bit deeper into what you're saying, Doooovid. So, I mean, practically speaking, does it make sense to call it the multiple axioms hypothesis? Because it seems like we're dealing with, different axioms. Like, what's dual is axiomatic, isn't it?
Yeah, I purposely am calling it the multiple truth hypothesis, but yes, you could understand it that way, and how words are used has meaning differently to different people. So yeah, Doooovid's purposely using the word truth, but so like if Jennifer understands truth in a slightly different connotations, she could understand and work with the theory, calling it the multiple axiom hypothesis. So you're saying is dualism, material, spiritual, are these truths or axioms. So, I mean, from some perspective, it's just a word that you give it. So you're saying, okay, we have multiple axioms. You have the axiom of, so past and cause and effects, and spiritual, and the different relationship. And so I guess from philosophical, theological purposes, it makes more sense truth. From a theological perspective, that's why I'm probably leaning towards calling it truth. From a scientific mathematical perspective, it probably makes more sense, multiple axiom hypothesis.
I'm just spitballing here because I want to, even if we don't agree, I want to use at least as many shared definitions as possible because at least, you can understand why you're not agreeing that way if there is a disagreement. But I think it just ultimately reduces down to like, what can you establish beyond a shadow of a doubt? And to me, the only thing that you can do that with is causality. So that would seem like it's like the supreme axiom, regardless of, like, it's the axiom through which all other axioms are constructed. Because every other axiom is basically some aspect of causality. Like, in logic, how it's like a geometric argument, if they go A, B, or B, A, they're equal to the same thing. Anyway, did you want to jump in, Howie? Did you have some opinions on this?
I had a question actually. Doovid, would you consider the existence of multiple dimensions higher than the three plus one that we currently perceive non-dualistic?
Yeah, I mean, most of the multi-dimension hypotheses, from my understanding, are material, non-dualistic. There's some synthesis, like Kabbalistic Vedic synthesis, that say that, so to say, the sages, when they talked about the interconnectedness of the spiritual and material realms, that it could be that this multidimensional thing is what they were talking about. But I think most spiritualists would still reject that and say, like, no, when we're talking about the spiritual realms, we're not talking about multiple physical dimensions. We're talking about something beyond how we define things in the physical realms. And if there are 10, 11, or whatever multiple dimensions, those are not how the spiritual realms control the material realms. Those are just more intricate, fine details of how the material realm works.
I would
Because
say,
I would,
Howie, that your standard string theory does invoke a type of dualism between that which is observable and that which is unobservable. And the unobservable, that's your meta structure. So it's like, well, you're making an argument that everything is, we was strings and shit, right? So that's your meta analytical tack, but you can't assert, you can't prove it. There's no way to like do a test and observe these strings because they're like teeny tiny little weeny woony strings. So yeah, there's a dualism in science between the observable and the unobservable. There's like a a de facto dualism. This is like, your science is going to be
means spiritual is not say dualism in classical philosophy means the spirit realm, not the unseeable.
It just means drawing a distinction between two. It's like you take a universal set and you divide it in two. That's what dualism is. And where you're doing non-dualism, that's looking at the set as an entire entity. When you're talking about what you're saying is dualism is just one example of dualism. There are many other examples. The question is like, well, does it make more sense to look at my system as an integral whole, or does it make more sense to divide my system into two factions, one of which is the effect of the other?
well, there are many dualistic dichotomies. I don't think anyone is really going to deny that. My thing is coming from like studying the New Age and whatnot. They actually use hypotheses like string theory to describe spirituality. So you get people who are talking about angels and demons, but in the next sentence they'll talk about the fifth dimension or the seventh dimension. And I actually happen to kind of agree with that sort of thinking that, there's nothing outside of the universe within the universe. So when we have higher dimensions,
Whoa, slow
we
down for
can-
a second. Slow down. What did you just say?
I said there's nothing. We can't have things that are outside of the universe that are also inside of the universe, like
Why
the
not?
spiritual realm.
That
Well,
all depends on how you define universe, right? Again, it's always down to definitions. Because some people define universe as the material universe, and some people define universe as everything that exists.
Well, see,
Those are
I
different.
would define it more as everything that exists around us. I mean, a spiritual realm doesn't have to be something that can't be described scientifically. A spiritual realm doesn't have to be some far off thing. It just has to be something we can't directly interact with on an immediate basis. And alternate dimensions, higher dimensions, like a seventh or eighth dimension, provide that.
Well, the thing is, like, you're going to meet people like, JF Guerrier P is? He's an atheist, nihilist, biologist. Okay, the point is you got to convince people like that. And if I'm like, yo, dude, seven dimensions, dude, Krishna lives there, dude, what's he going to say to me? I need to bring evidence if I want to assert a claim. And these multi-dimensional things.
Bring some DMT.
That's reductio ad LSD, and it's a logical fallacy. You can't just give people psychedelics to force them to agree with your points of view.
Well, no. You're not forcing them to agree with the points of view. You're telling them where to go, what to do, and then you give them the tool, and they take it, and they go and see this hyperdimensional realm, and they come back, and they're like, oh my God, you're right, Krishna is real.
Okay, well, they're going to attest to something, but it's not necessarily going to be that. A devoted atheist is just that. They're not going to change their mind. All that they can say is that they had a conscious, an altered state of consciousness. That's all they can really say. They can't be like, yeah, Krishna is real, man. The clockwork elves told me so.
Unless people are purposely getting high with the intention of meditating on something or guided within a framework protective group of people, it's unlikely they're going to have these spiritual experiences in the same way. Like people usually take these drugs in terms of parties and inhibition and into sinful behavior. But I mean, just if you wanted to, we can review and kind of the meta-analysis of trying to classify at a higher level these various ideas, and people who believe in what we'll call spiritual phenomenon, and the sages, the Vedic wisdom, the scripture, the sages of previous generation who codified, so to say, spiritual phenomenon, karmatic rules that people believe to be true because they're recorded in scripture, the Vedas, or through sages, and are largely recognized to be true karmatic rules. And so the synthesis comes like New Age or Neo-Kabbalistic, Neo-Hindu synthesis is when you try to put that together with physics or quantum mechanics and saying, the phenomenon that the sages describe when the sages say, do this ritual and it will have this effect in the material realm, it maybe is true because of these miniature, quantum fields and quantum realms where it's possible that this ritual was affecting certain, a microscopical phenomenon, and that's what caused it, so to say, to work. So the science currently, what used to be superstitious and believed to occur through the intermediary control of outside forces that are outside of the material realm, is like, no, they're actually occurred within the material realm, and now we understand how these processes work. So for a certain level of religiosity, you say like, no, heresy. It is not an explanation for how these processes work. These processes, by definition, had to have worked through the intermediary force of an exterior spiritual force in a different realm. And so it's a fine point in distinction and belief, and in the Vedas and the Judeo and the various systems, you'll have a necessity. And you're saying like, no, like Jennifer, God forbids a my body. It's like, no, there are external spiritual forces that could affect the material realm and have no effect the opposite way from the material realm on them. In quantum mechanics and this physics is not an explanation of how these processes work, because the spiritual forces are still outside of even that.
Yeah, I mean that's ultimately a personal choice if they're going to agree with what quantum mechanics says or not. I can't force faith on people. No, I don't really think that's possible.
You
People have
believe in quantum
attachments.
mechanics and still be a dualist. I'm just saying, yes, there are still external spiritual forces that could trump even the laws of quantum mechanics.
The way I see it is that the spiritual forces exist. They're just subject to the same physical laws as everything else. Like they don't exist outside of our laws of nature. They're part of it. It's all integral, and the realms affect each other in different ways because quantum mechanics is basically observation equals interaction. So like there's the observation and the waveform reduction are identical. That's what the observer effect ultimately boils down to.
Yeah, so from the multiple axiom
Yeah.
hypothesis, you say that there's a spectrum of dualism and your various levels of axiom of a complete separate dualism to some sort of intermediary dualism to materialism on the other side, and the multiple axiom hypothesis to understand like, these are the axioms that this person is using, these are the axioms that this person is using, and then to use some sort of truth discovery function to see the results that come from the choice of the person's various axioms.
Yeah, that's a good point. Howie said light and electricity are immaterial.
Light and electricity are both immaterial, but
well, I mean, is energy immaterial? That they're non-massive, but they're still
You're saying
material.
waves are material. Saying even though they might not have like a particle, but the phenomenon of a wave is still a material phenomenon. So you're saying like, no, the spiritual realm does not operate through waves. Like there's some other way that the spiritual realm operates, and we don't know and can't know. And we say, okay, light and electricity might not be a material physical object like other things, but it's still a material phenomenon because they operate through waves.
Well, what I'm saying is that you both are talking about our material universe, but light and electricity are technically not material things. So they are undeniably part of our material universe.
We're arguing that they are part of the material universe, and that
a wave is part of the material realm.
Yeah, we're including light and electricity as part of the material universe. When we're talking about immaterial universe, we'd be talking about either archetypes, or like Doovid is talking about these moral, fables etched into the fabric of some dual region whose
external forces that are beyond our capability to understand or even classify.
They're not subject to the same laws. There's something external about them, like you said. They're not waves. Like the way I understand that is like you can have various types of dualism, like you said. So you could have like a Platonic dualism where you say, well, the perfect forms, like the perfect sphere, etc., that only exists in our minds. It doesn't exist in reality because it's impossible to observe such a thing, because a perfect sphere would imply the waveform was unperturbed.
So can I ask another question? Would the inside of a black hole be considered like a spiritual realm? Because we can't observe it. We don't know what goes on in there, but we're pretty sure that everything flips. Space and time flip their positions.
We're not pretty sure about that. That's nonsense. But in terms of what I think what you're getting at is whether something is observable or unobservable. Those are different things, right? So you're saying that what's in the black hole is unobservable past the event horizon, right?
Yeah, past the event horizon, we don't know for sure what happens. So could that technically be considered a spiritual realm?
If you want to equivocate between unobservable and spiritual, you can. I don't think that that's a good equivocation, but if you did, then you could make that argument. I'm not sure that that's a fact either, because using my model, they can get pretty accurate predictions on what's going to happen to a black hole if they understand what its state variables are, because that's just a question of interpolating where the gravity maximum is, and that's where the new stars are going to be created from. So to say we don't know and we can't know is a bit of a fallacy, because my model does predict what will happen. It's not an exact thing because it's on a statistical distribution. Like, you can't tell exactly where it's going to land, because for particular mass, one direction, there's no preferred direction, because space and time aren't dual, quote unquote, inside the black hole. And that does come down to whether something is observable or not. So it's an important question, but I would put that outside of spirituality. That's just physics.
See, I still have a hard time separating the two.
I don't feel that there's a need to, because to me, my physics is spiritual enough, and all the other stuff is like, it's ritualism that I think will be valuable at some point in the future when more people are on board with it. But ritualism alone sort of defeats the purpose.
I agree that physics is spiritual. That's actually my viewpoint.
I think Ethos Ananda was. I watched that stream. I didn't see it live, but he was talking about transcendental. So, certain Kabbalists or Vedic understandings are called transcendental, or a different terminology, and make the distinction where, so to say, believers and followers are required to be complete dualists, to believe that there are external forces that we resign, submit to, and worship, that are completely independent from anything in the material realm. And it's almost like, like an article of faith, that it's a requirement theologically for a person to believe that, this deity or force that we've submitted to is completely beyond anything in the material realm. And you don't have to have that theological requirement, but there are a lot of castes and systems and understandings that do require that. And so Doooovid's putting forward my multiple truth hypothesis, multiple axiom hypothesis, and from a certain perspective of what you're trying to accomplish, it may not matter. A person may not have thought that deeply about these things to understand why certain systems necessitate a person believing that the force that they worship is completely outside of the material realm. And they may never need to think about it that deep of a level. But from the philosophical basis of the Western canon, dualism was the classic science of the soul and the body, where just believe that certain parts of consciousness came from the soul, and that was from, so to say, the spiritual realm, not the body. So there's all types of distinctions in the language of the grammar and the lexicon of philosophy. Dualism is an important concept. One thing, because it's in the philosophical and the theological canon, and it's something that really goes cross religion. So in Hinduism, there's large talks about this concept of dualism, but within the Hindu canon, what dualism means different than this, like Spinoza and Leibniz and Newton and Galileo, when they also talked about dualism. And dualism just doesn't have to be the spiritual versus the material realm. dualism is a concept that could apply to any phenomenon of having two components.
Are you familiar with the symbol of Sheila Nagig?
Not sure. I mean, it sounded vaguely familiar from the way you said it, but I mean, if you got like screen shares ready or something, that's probably.
I can't screen share, and I don't think anyone on this stream wants to screen share that. That would be a very vulgar representation of a sort of non-dualistic cosmogram.
I mean, in pagan, I mean, Hinduism or paganism, you could understand the deity to have a material form, and you could even worship the deity in material form. But there's also understandings of, say, does the deity representative of something beyond the material form? Is the material form something that so to say that is a meta archetype of something that exists outside of the material realm and is unaffected by the material realm? And as I say, so within Hinduism, these are important distinctions, and it makes a difference to practical worship. And what does it mean to worship an idol? And can you be worshiping an external spiritual force that does not exist in the material realm through the process of worshiping a material object?
The point that I was trying to make was that this symbol, I can't remember exactly where it came from. I think it was Celtic, but I can't be sure. It's basically the symbol of the mother goddess holding open her vagina. And the belief about the symbol is that the entire universe is within the mother goddess's vagina. And it's kind of a non-dualistic thing, because this makes us part of the mother goddess as well as separate and distinct of our own sort of essence.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common. Almost all pagan systems have a mother goddess, and certain parallels to the power of giving life or motherhood to creation processes in general is pretty common in all traditions.
Oh yeah, that's right. Space Fan just did a video about the divine feminine. I'm just not sure what the point of this digression is.
Yeah, but Howie's maybe still got to work on the meta-analysis to.
I'm trying to figure out with more clarity what your guys' take on dualism and non-dualism is, and I'm pretty sure that the problem is that I'm so non-dualistic that I'm just struggling getting out of my head to figure out
Okay,
this.
I'll explain it to you. Okay, so science basically proves that the universe is non-dualistic, and there's no
No, I mean, science
dualism
makes
that you
this
can
an
prove.
axiom.
The
It doesn't
axioms of
prove it.
science demonstrate a non-dual universe. How about that?
No, I'm saying that it's a false axiom of science that maybe non-dualism, but I mean, science in no way at all has even came close to proving non-dualism.
Well, it can't prove dualism, and it presumes non-dualism. So, I think.
But it hasn't proven it. It hasn't even really made an attempt to prove it.
I think there's a stronger argument for non-dualism on that level, simply because there's no argument for dualism, no need to have a dualism, and why would you impose dualism? I mean, I suppose you have cause and effect. That's your only prime dualism. But is that really dualism? Because the cause and the effect are in the same universe, and so it's just it's just one universe, basically. That's the approach. And then you have to impose, if you want to extract information from a system, Howie, you need to impose a synthetic dualism. So, for example, the synthetic dualism of a distinction between the mind and the body, that formalism, that approach to psychology makes more predictions, gives a better understanding of how things work than a simple non-dualism. Now, maybe the
Or the
non-dualism is how it
synthetic
feels.
approach of,
Maybe
or
non-dualism gives people a sense of, completeness and wholeness and oneness when they're on DMT, but in terms of understanding human psychology, it does make sense to draw a line between mind and body as they have essentially different governing physics because of their material nature being so substantially different. So that's synthetic dualism because, you can always go back to the beginning and say, well, everything is from the same source, right? Everything is all the same. Ooh, but that actually, there's no stratification there. There's no distinctions. There's no lines anywhere. So it's a, wonderful, maybe blissful feeling of oneness, but there's no precision in terms of understanding anything. It's just, well, what is there to understand? Everything is the same thing. So I have to draw an artificial dualism there, right?
so it's like the
Practical.
the synthetic dualism between the scientist studying society and the society that scientist is a part of.
Well, I guess you could say, yeah, it's all artificial dualism, but it's very useful dualism because the dualism between ourselves and others is useful to our own survival. If we didn't perceive dualism between our own consciousness and others, we wouldn't know who we were. We literally couldn't tell the difference between ourselves and other people, is my point. So obviously you can see why that would be non-pragmatic from an evolutionary standpoint, unless you're fungus, in which case it works. That's why fungus is said to occupy a different biological niche than we are. We need that dualism.
Speaking of fungus, mushrooms. I know we went over the consciousness of the mushrooms before. But the mushrooms actually do teach non-dualism.
That's because mushroom consciousness is non-dual consciousness because it's only restricted to the biological organism itself. It doesn't have a central processor like we have a brain, which centrally processes our consciousness, and mushrooms, fungus doesn't have that. So I'm imposing yet another artificial type of dualism, right? When I talk about the different kingdoms, the animal kingdom versus the plants and so forth. That's it's all life, right? But then we impose these artificial dualisms because they're practical. It doesn't make sense to look at it all. If you want to tell things about individual life forms, it doesn't make sense to look at life as one unified whole. It makes sense to look at life as a classification of entities that have essentially different attributes, even though their ultimate source is just one thing. It's just the carbon cycling on Earth, right? But it does make sense to impose artificial. In this case, it's not dualism. It's like a set of 5 categories, right? I think. Animal, plant. Anyway, I think it's 5, whatever it is. It's more than just dualism. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So it's not a question of whether dualism is a good idea. It's a question of what dualism are you going to use. And, some type of Platonic dualism is actually quite useful because you can access the perfect shapes. Like the geometry is like a form of Platonic dualism. Because you're saying, well, we're going to use these perfect shapes to model reality, even though reality doesn't have any perfect shapes in it. It has this template of perfect shapes that we could aspire to, but never quite reach. And we can prove that we can't reach it through quantum mechanics, but we know that it exists elsewhere, and it's very useful to us to conceive of things like a perfect sphere or, what have you. But that's not something that exists in a way that we can observe it. We cannot observe a perfect sphere. Hello? Hello? Everybody's muted except me.
I'm still here. I just don't really have anything to add right now.
Cool. Well, what do you want to talk about next, David? Do you want to talk about how it's going on Luke Ford? I was curious about that because I think I remember you and Babs were on, and then he sort of brushed you off when he was going immediately to Tucker, which is always a bit jarring. What did you think about that?
Yeah, well, maybe we should finish up with Howie before we change back to that. And did you say you were doing some other research, Howie? Like, are you still preparing for that Aryan invasion theory debate? I know you sent me some articles and some YouTube clips. I don't know if you had read and watched all that.
Well, the YouTube clips and the articles aren't exactly related, at least not directly. I'm still researching, still going back over old research. The problem is that most of my understanding of Aryan invasion theory came from one guy who was actually shown to me because I was trying to argue against Aryan invasion theory back in late 2017, early 2018. And I kind of haven't watched that guy's stuff for a long while.
Well, it was Graham Hancock.
No, it was Robert Sepper. Oh, which, by the way, you might actually enjoy some of his work because he does a lot of videos on occultism and Freemasonry, as well as genetics and anthropology. But he does do occultism and spirituality and Freemasonry in particular.
So does that mean you're ready to debate the Aryan invasion? You're ready to set up the debate and talk?
I'm ready. I'm ready to start. There's actually a lot of stuff that goes into it.
Well, obviously, I'm saying. I mean, that's why you didn't seem you were ready a few weeks ago. But I'm saying we did some of the research because you actually have to present the case for Aryan invasion theory. You're going to be the affirmative and taking the. You have to present the case of what is Aryan invasion theory and why is it true.
I suppose I am just about ready. Yeah.
Yeah, some other guy who went on Claire's stream also said he wanted to debate beyond the Aryan Kangs. I got a clip of that, so I doubt that will ever happen, but whatever. Always good to have goals. But yeah, so what do you think, Doovid? You want to finish up with Howie and go on to other stuff, or what do you think?
Yeah, and I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to talk about, Howard, or anything else you had in mind. Otherwise, maybe we'll go on to unrelated topics. Or did you want to talk about Stephen Wolfram? Did you read some of his stuff and have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know I sent you that link. Jen ended up telling me that you went, or actually, I think you said that you went over that.
Well, I mean, you don't become like Gandalf and you're saying, like, I don't need someone just to send me a bunch of links. Like, you're saying, like, you're supposed to do the homework and then, we can review and report back, like the meta-analysis. Like, I don't need, I mean, I appreciate, like, the reaching out, but, like, no, I don't need someone to just, like, send me a whole bunch of articles and they're interesting to read or a whole bunch of media content that would be interesting to watch. And saying, like, my time is already extremely stretched. So it's saying, like, yes, it's interesting if you're reading that content or watching that and then coming back on Week in Review to report about it.
Well, it's interesting to hear other people's opinions on it. And also, I do kind of use Messenger just to save stuff sometimes. So.
I mean, it's just like 6 months of Gandalf and just like, you should read this, you should read that. And it was like, okay, like, no, thank you. Like, time is limited. Like, collection of like, and sometimes like, yeah, like you should read things, but you have to be able to you frame things in a way to understand how the knowledge fits in and how it's useful to the larger association.
Well, I did actually kind of want to go over that playlist that I made. For people in the chat who don't know, I made a playlist called One Species question mark.
Is it
It's
on
quite,
your page? You're saying you don't have the ability to screen share, or do
I
you,
don't have the ability to screen share, but
or
I
you
did
can't
send it to
message it?
both. I did send it to both you and Jen.
Did you want to screen share it, Jennifer?
I don't have it saved anywhere. You'll have to resend it to me and I can display it if you want. But yeah, I'm like Doovid, if I get sent links, I'm probably going to ignore them, to be honest. Like I really don't like being sent links.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Oh.
just want to, it's like you could send me money. Like if you just want to send me money, but like links, it's like not like what the hell do I need a link for? I mean, because like like I have a whole stack of like 500 books that I've bought and haven't read. So just like people are gonna add like no, like let me add more stuff on your stack, and it's saying like no, like I'm saying that if you're reading that stuff and you become an expert in it, and that we could have useful association, but like just like these like recommendations, it's like they're largely useless. That's just saying like think in terms of money. Saying like no, like don't send me a link, send me like PayPal me $10.
Well, I would like to go over the meta-analysis of that playlist, if that's all right.
I mean, did you send it to Jennifer? I mean, also you just got to work on the streaming dynamics, also of like getting your stuff together for public speaking. I mean, it's not like public speaking, but the streaming and just having your shit together to make good content and quick and like the basic streaming stuff like dead time and then like okay, like it's fun to have um laid back conversations and friendly conversations, but also you like no, you stream as you're streaming, and when you're in front of the audience, or like when the like the money's being paid, you gotta have your shit together, no excuse. Or you say okay, just not your
I just
you're saying
posted the link
you're
in
not
the
really
chat.
interested in that kind of
I just posted the link in the chat, actually. I don't know if it went through, but
It didn't go through. Um, I just was waiting to get
okay,
it on
so
Facebook there.
it's a messenger then. One
Yeah, I
minute.
don't know, why do people send links? It's like I don't get that. What's the deal with that?
I mean, it's their way of showing they care or reaching out. I'm saying it's actually the most common thing. But I'm saying because association and really making a connection with someone is quite difficult. So most people are just like, oh, let me share the information that I'm observing. And without really like a connection, kind of like little kids or something like, oh, like fire truck point and show it to somebody else. And but in terms of like a structured, purposeful value proposition interaction, um, and so I mean, I would, if we're talking about doing the Aryan invasion theory, and how he is sending links like to prove to me that he's actually researching it, that he's ready for the debate, or he's like sending it to me like in case I wanted to do more research on the topic. Um, I mean, you have to build a repertoire, something like that. So when you first start working with somebody, just as like you want to give like progress reports, even though they may not matter to the person, just feel like I'm doing something, and you say, okay, like we haven't produced our first debate with Howie yet, like maybe it'll go well, and do the research and that. But I have people for decades it's on like Facebook, social media, that still send me links, and like I never look at them. And so I think it's just like extroversion, introvert. It's a personality thing, but I think it's just sloppy human association, where it's like people just do and say meaningless things because they need to learn how to associate at a higher level, and so there's kind of like informalities of just reaching out that could be. But it looks like Jennifer's got it loaded up. So if Howie wants to walk through some of this streams that he's collected together related to the Aryan invasion theory.
Well, these aren't directly related to Aryan invasion theory. There's one video on there that I believe discusses Rh negative blood types and royal bloodlines, but that's like the most recent video that I added. If you go through the videos, you'll see that they're all from academic institutions. They're all discussing basically the same thing: human genetics in the distant past, specifically how modern day humans came to be. Now, my meta-analysis, I wanted to go over some of the things that they do say and some of the things that they do not say, because both are actually relevant. Multiple of these sources discuss how humans are mixed with Neanderthal DNA. We can detect 3% Neanderthal DNA in most Europeans. We can also detect 6% Neanderthal DNA in East Asians. However, what they don't tell you is that you cannot actually detect Neanderthal DNA in sub-Saharan Africans. They have proposed that humans migrated north out of sub-Saharan Africa, and as we migrated north, we interbred with Neanderthals, and that's how modern-day Europeans came to be. However, in their very same videos, they will say that sub-Saharan Africans, or just Africans in general, do have Neanderthal DNA, despite the fact that they don't tell you it's at an undetectable level. The reason why it's undetectable is because it's actually not there. No one has detected it. We can't say that it is there. We just expect it to be there based on the out of Africa theory.
And are they absolutely sure that there was even such a thing as a Neanderthal? Because it sounds like propaganda to me. Anything talking about an ancient multiculturalism, I think that's propaganda, and I'm by it.
Well, we have Neanderthal skeletons, and we also have Neanderthal.
We have something. I mean, do we have Neanderthal DNA? I don't know that we do. I don't know that it's possible to even get that because of how long ago they allegedly existed. We have a mishmash and incorrect axioms with regards to evolution. So why would I believe anything any of them said if I couldn't go over the research myself?
Well, you can go over the research yourself.
No, I'm talking about the data, the fucked with data, because the data gets twisted around, right, to present incorrect views of history. So why would I trust a bunch of people who couldn't tell that Aryan invasion theory was obviously not correct?
Well,
By
some of
literally any stretch.
those sources that I've given, they don't
They
actually
take-
discuss Aryan invasion theory at all, and one of them is from David Reich, who is not a proponent of Aryan invasion theory in the slightest.
Well, isn't he though?
No, he's not. He's a mainstream academic.
Well, he's the one I heard was associated with Aryan invasion theory.
I haven't heard anything about that. I do know that he actually he supports multiculturalism and race mixing.
What a shock. That doesn't mean he doesn't promote Aryan invasion theory, though. Because Aryan invasion theory is another secret fake theory to justify multiculturalism. Because notice how it's a bunch of white-skinned people going into a country and colonizing it, and then leaving and mysteriously forgetting the way that they colonized the country in the first place. What a strange mystery. It just literally makes no sense that the same people who were the original civilizers would then become totally degenerate like that, while the people who got civilized maintain the religion better than the progenitors of it. I just don't buy it. It's frankly nonsense, and this other stuff just seems to be fake, misconstrued science to justify this preconceived notion of these white-skinned people invading India and somehow being responsible for the civilization there. Like, you don't understand how that's a pro-multiculturalism narrative?
Well, there is some evidence that in North India, Europeans invaded in the distant past. North
No, there
Indians.
isn't.
There are
There's
North Indians with
there's
light
evidence that
skin and blue eyes.
there's evidence that Indians and Europeans share the genetic capacity to get lighter eyes, which suggests a common heritage, which obviously that's what the evidence supports. But of course, that's not what people are looking for because nobody wants to believe they're related to Indians for whatever dumb reason.
There are Indians who have dark skin and dark eyes and don't
Yeah.
even have the recessive genes to have light skin or light eyes.
All the studies I've seen suggest that the Indian population is pretty much unchanged. It's all pretty much the same people, except for the Arab invasions, but those were very recent.
From what I've seen, the Indian population is not homogeneous.
It may not be culturally homogenous, but racially it's pretty homogenous.
It's not even racially homogeneous. There are different
Who's
races within
telling you
India.
that? The same people who promote Aryan invasion are the ones telling you that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Show me the actual evidence, and then I'll talk to you about it, because I don't believe in the way that this evidence has been interpreted since Max Muller. The colonialists have been trying to present it as fact in order to cause political, what do you call it, infighting. This is obviously is a very contentious theory. You know, if Europeans believe that they're the original civilizers of the world, and then you got the Indians fighting amongst each other because some of them are Aryans and some of them are Dravidians, like that's obviously divide and conquer. Because there's no way the Europeans are spiritually superior to the Indians even today. It's just
I wouldn't say they were.
absurd.
I would not say that the Europeans are spiritually superior than the Indians today.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's going to believe that, and that's what the dumb theory implies, that there's some connection between lighter skin and spiritual and civilizational superiority. It's just an absolutely moronic thing.
That's not my understanding of it at all.
So what is your understanding of it?
All my understanding of it really says is that back before history began being recorded, fair-skinned people traveled the world and gave civilization to people. They often used very brutal methods. So I'm not praising them for this.
Well, this didn't happen, so you don't need to worry about praising or not praising people.
I'm not claiming that they're genetically superior either. There's too many factors that go into a civilization's success and advancement for, genetics to be confirmed as
here's the problem, okay?
The primary factor.
The Aryan invasion, it was supposed to have taken place like not even that long ago, and they're claiming that horsecraft was mastered in Asia before it was mastered in India. Do you realize how stupid that sounds? The Mahabharata was fought on horseback, which was 5,000 years ago. Okay? Aryan Kings is supposedly less than 5,000 years ago. Yet we're meant to believe that the horsecraft originated not in India.
The Tarim Basin mummies are 5,800 years old.
So?
That's East Asia white people who are 6'6" with blonde hair and fair skin and European features in East Asia 5,800 years ago.
Even if that's true, so what? What the hell does is that supposed to prove something?
That proves that Europeans were moving around a long time ago.
Or it proves that Europeans are descended from Indians, which is what I've been saying since the beginning, which is obviously true, and nobody honest is gonna deny it. Because that's so fucking obvious. Just look at the facts. And this idea that horsecraft didn't originate in India, I mean, that's just immature. It's obvious that which direction the religious influence went, and the Indian influence went all the way into Egypt and beyond.
There are cave paintings in France of horses with saddles and stirrups from 30,000 years ago.
Okay.
That's before Indians existed as Indians today.
The fact is that India is more ancient civilization. Period.
Allegedly.
If you go to India, it's obvious it's a more ancient civilization because there's all these ancient buildings. There's temples built into rock. There's nothing like that anywhere else.
The
Except
Sphinx is
there's a
12,000
couple
years old.
in the Americas, but those were also Indians that were exiled. It's literally written in the religious texts that the people who went on to do human sacrifice in the quote underworld, which is the northern hemisphere, were sent there by an Indian king because they were doing human sacrifice, and they kept right on doing it. And they're the ones who became the Aztecs or whatever.
Sounds like Mormonism.
What are you talking about, Mormonism? This is
That's
just
that's the
stuff.
same. That's almost the same story that Mormonism provides for the Native Americans.
Almost, yeah. They say that they're an exiled Indian community that was
They
kicked
say
out of
that
the
they're an
country for doing human
exiled Jew
sacrifice.
community. They say that they're an exiled Jewish community who did change colors by not obeying God. That's what Mormons believe.
Okay, what do I give a shit what Mormons believe?
But here's the thing. Indian
I'm just telling you
culture
that this is well documented, and India is obviously older than Europe, and to say otherwise is moronic. If you look at all the cultures of the world, the oldest is obviously India, followed by Asia, followed by the Middle East and Europe.
the oldest modern culture that has been continuing.
But you never really had a civilization in North America. It was just mostly nothing. Just little settlements. That's not a civilization. You just had
There was
mostly, like,
Stonehenge.
until recently, you had almost nothing there, just some tribes.
There was Stonehenge, and there were even actual artificial islands.
Stonehenge is in Europe, dude. I'm talking about the Americas. I'm talking about the age. I'm talking about the relative ages of civilization. I mean, you could go to these places and you say, yeah, it's obvious. This is just older. Like China's got the Great
pyramids and the Sphinx are 12,000 years old.
Yeah, that's actually latter day, because 12,000 years ago is actually not that long ago. That's my whole point. Like, you're talking about ancient kingdoms, 12,000 years ago is relatively recent. Like, recent is 5,000 years to now, and 5,000 to like 20,000, that's near recent, and then before 20,000, then you're looking into more ancient stuff. If we don't even know what happened if we can't even agree what happened past 5,000 years ago, obviously something's wrong in the interpretation. If people aren't agreeing, something's wrong in the interpretation. Do you have any idea how many people are opposed to the Aryan invasion theory? Why do you think they would be opposed to it other than it's not right?
Well, there's many different reasons why people might be opposed to it. Argumentum ad populum is a fallacy, though.
There are tons of people who believe in it because they're failures who want to leech off their skin color in order to feel better about themselves.
And I'm not one of them.
You can't prove that.
I can't prove that I don't believe that I am superior just by being white, despite the fact that I've maintained that for years.
I don't see why anybody would embrace the Aryan invasion theory other than to feel better about themselves via their skin color, frankly.
Evidence?
Well, it isn't true, and it goes against what literally every expert has ever said on it, so why would you
Every expert also says that there is no difference between a black person's IQ and a white person's IQ. Maybe the experts don't have the perfect authority that you're trying to give them.
Well, I'm talking about traditional experts, people accepted by traditional authorities, not mainstream science. This Aryan invasion thing is a Max Muller thing that was mainstream science and never accepted by anybody in actual traditional schools because it's an unheard of idea because it's very primitive. Like, think about it. Primitive.
The word primitive means initial.
If you think people are superior because they're lighter skinned, then you're pretty retarded.
I don't think that.
But that's what the Aryan invasion theory says. It says people thought that these people were superior and they conquered them.
And I told you I don't believe that. I haven't been presented anything that supports that, but I have been presented stuff that supports the idea that European looking people went around the world and civilized large portions of it.
Then why are they so degenerate today?
Mouse
but
Utopia.
The Indians are still more in touch with the Vedic religion than the Europeans. So the Europeans originating it that doesn't speak very highly of you if the Indians are now better at it than your supposedly original religion. Like, it's bad for you if this thing is true. There's no argument. I mean, it's just not true that these magical white people went around the world and civilized it. There were Aryas that did civilize a lot of the world, yeah, but they didn't identify as white, and they didn't see what their whatever their skin color was as anything indicative of anything.
Yeah, but people around them saw who they were and what they looked like.
Yeah, they were Aryas. Arya doesn't mean light skinned, it means noble.
Doovid, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to be so repetitive for week in review, because then, okay, we've covered a lot of this before. You know, if you're moving towards an actual debate, you know, good, let's organize it if you're not ready for it yet, you know, like rather than practicing for a debate now, you know, just saying like, no, I mean, you got to do the research. You can't practice for a debate by not doing the research. I'm saying the research is the key thing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to do any research. I will prepare for it, though. So if we have like sub questions, because I thought that would be good, because like just an open discussion, it's not going to go anywhere, because the
I mean, you're taking a negative anyway, so I mean, your preparation is not as important, but yeah, it's, I guess, so it's unlikely we're going to schedule the debate, and, you know, so from like, you know, like relatively the purpose of the debate, if you guys spent like 20-30 minutes just kind of rambling on the topic right now, you're saying that there's a purpose to debate. People have to be interested in it. They have to be willing to prepare and work at it. And, you know, if you're interested, you know, good. But like, you know, just kind of like shooting the breeze on these topics isn't really debate preparation.
I thought it might kind of be a bit debate preparation for Howie, just so he can be ready to actually put forward these arguments. Because honestly, I think your position is not defensible, Howie. I hate to say it. Like, I don't want to discourage people from debating, but it's not a defensible position.
Attention to what you consider to be a good argument against Aryan invasion theory, and my thing is actually that it's almost entirely based on the Vedas.
Well, the word Arya comes from Veda, so I suppose there's a connection there.
I keep saying that I'm using the colloquial usage of the term because I haven't actually gone through and read the Vedas.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a crap debate if you can't define your axioms. I mean, you're taking the affirmative.
Well, I have my axiom. It's long time ago, a group of people with fair skin, fair eyes, went around the world.
That's not an axiom.
That's the
not an axiom. That's a conclusion. An axiom is I accept Max Muller tier dog shit as authoritative interpretation of science, because I can't tell the difference between science and propaganda.
Okay, the axiom is I use science and logic and evidence to come to my conclusion that white people civilized the world thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing it, but you know, if you're going to try to prepare an argument, maybe like try like a slideshow or something, or try doing an explanation on your own channel of what laying out what you're trying to you know, to say.
Yeah, it ultimately comes back to
who
knows the Vedas best. It's going to come down to who knows the Vedas best, because that's the origin of the term. And then we're going to need to get a Vedic expert on. We're going to need to ask them, out of the two of us, who is more in line with Vedic wisdom. What kind of answer do you think you're going to get then? You're always up against the source. Is the point.
At this point, I don't even think, like,
if you're arguing the Vedas over a semantic argument.
The argument is basically pulled from the Vedas. It's pulled from misinterpretations of the Vedas. And you're going to say there's these magical white people. I'm going to say, what are they called? You're going to say they're called Aryans. I'm going to say there is evidence for Aryans civilizing the world. But they're not white, is the point.
The argument, as far as I know, has nothing actually to do with the Vedas, aside from a single name that the Vedas use.
That just happens to be a name in the title of the theory.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because, I mean, no offense, like, both of you are largely just wasting time. and that's why I put the multiple truth hypothesis out there to say that of course you're talking a historical narrative. You're not going to come to an agreement on the facts. That even in this case, you're not even so both sides will have a series of facts that they present. Some of the facts will be agreed upon, some of the facts will be disputed, and then you'll weave a narrative based on the facts. Or if you're looking at, like, first you're going to say your narrative, and then you're going to give the facts that support your narrative and make a debate out of it. But something that the history and origins of humanity and the progression of civilization is a pretty complicated topic, especially if you're going to argue about which forces were more powerful in organizing society. I mean, so obviously, like, as a Jew in the JQ, like, usually I will argue in favor of the Jews. I'm like, yeah, like, obviously the Jews are the largest factor in the civilization of the world, and the evidence or whatever supports that. And people could disagree, but at least you could have facts in a narrative and a disputation of facts. And for something that entails such a long frame of history, you have to use what kind of worldview are you looking at? Are you looking at anthropology and evolution? The human origins, all these things that are disputed theories and facts, they're going to have implications to the narrative that either side is trying to weave. So you got to think, like, do you really want to produce high quality debates? Do you really want to understand these issues well, or is it just kind of an excuse to have human interaction, and like no excellence is ever going to derive from it?
I would prefer to have high quality debates.
Yeah, so what are we going to use as sub questions for this? Because
We should just table this the next week. I'm saying, like, if the debate's not going to be this week and you're not ready to schedule it, we should just table it to next week, because you're saying it's just going to be largely a continued waste of everyone's time, because it's just like, are you really going to go through the debate? You're saying, like, yeah, but I need to do a lot more research and I haven't done it yet, so there's nothing really to talk about until you've done the research. Or you're saying, like, no, you've done the research, you're ready, and you're ready to schedule it and reach the terms of the agreement, or let's just table it till next week, or till whenever you have done the research and are ready.
Yeah, it's up to you, Howie. I'm ready anytime. I just need probably like a day and a half to prepare, depending on how long the debate's going to go for.
I could probably do it next week, yeah.
I'm just saying that you're going to come on Week in Review next week, and we're going to schedule it and reach the terms, or you're already saying, like, no, you're ready, and we're going to reach the terms right now?
I'm ready, and we can reach the terms right now.
So you're ready to pick a date, or the date is going to be this week or the week after?
Probably this week.
I mean, you can't do it probably. It's like, we're going to schedule a date, and like, we're going to announce it now.
Well,
and we're gonna make an event. Like, I was saying, like, I mean, we're like, I mean, it's saying, okay, like, streaming is fun, but it's like your job. But it's like, no, like streaming is a serious thing. You got to pick a time. You got to be there, and you got to do a good job.
What day would work for both of you?
Friday night, Doovid? What do you think?
Well, I can't be there Friday night because it's Sabbath. But I mean, I guess if you do.
Oh, sorry. I thought for some reason. What about Saturday night? Sorry, I was.
I don't need to be there, but.
Well, someone's got to moderate this thing.
Well, we could always get Kashif and Andrew on to moderate.
Yep, let's do that. So whenever is good with me. So yeah, do you want to do Saturday if it's good with the guys?
Yeah, that works with me.
Great. That sounds like fun. So hopefully it'll be a learning experience for everyone.
Oh, well, let's try to make this like a little bit formal. after we're done talking to Howie, like I'm gonna talk about Luke Ford, but I was saying just like at the the hope that we could get this together to be some sort of popular, profitable venture, that will require having our shit together. So, I mean, you're gonna have to reach out to these people that might moderate.
Yeah, if our shit's not together by Saturday, I'm just gonna postpone it because these guys are cool. Like I've been dealing with them for a while, but they may not be available. So that's the tentative date. But realistically, it'll be whenever is convenient for everybody, and we can get the questions. I figure 3 sub questions, an opener, a closer. We don't want it to go on forever. Probably 20, 25 minutes max per speaker, and then we can go to audience questions.
Yeah, I mean, we determined this in the past by saying how much work he wants to put into it. Like a good debate preparation, you have to have basically pre-written out your first affirmative and know how long it's going to take, and you don't have to do that kind of work. Say like you're going to have like 8 minutes, and you've already pre-written in practice to give an 8-minute affirmative or something like that. But like if you do want long-term future in internet debates, like that's probably the work that would be relatively required, but that's not necessary. Just saying like there will be a first affirmative, and then it could be immediately an equal amount of time for Jennifer's rebuttal, or on a rare occasion you could have a question period first, but most likely you will have your complete time allotment, like 10 minutes to completely present your case, and then Jennifer will have an equal amount of time to rebut your case, and then there's different ways to format it. You could have either questions, you could have smaller speeches, and so if you want to finalize that right now, probably the better. Saying if you're new to debate and it's more difficult for you to kind of like finalize these formats because you're not used to conducting yourself into accordance of rules, that may be difficult. But saying long-term streaming, the ability of a person to confide themselves into some form of structure and agree upon it in advance is really kind of a necessity of just good streaming.
So one thing that was unclear to me was when Jen and I first started talking about scheduling a debate, I was under the impression that you guys were going to come up with questions for me. But then Jen told me that I should send in questions, and I'm not sure which one it actually is.
Well, the idea is to talk about the questions together. Like I'm very experienced, so I can tell what's a good and a bad question. And you sent me some example ones, but I sent you some other example ones that are sort of general enough. It's just meant to sort of highlight different aspects of your answer because we already kind of know what the answer is. Like that's what you're going to give in the introduction. And then the sub questions are ways to sort of highlight your particular knowledge of various aspects. So that's why I'm suggesting you pick the questions because you're in the much weaker position.
Okay.
Well, in just pure format, you give the affirmative, she gives the negative, and then if it's just one-on-one, then there would be a round of questioning where either one person would go first and have the chance to either a time or number of questions to ask the other party. And then if there was a moderator, maybe there would be moderator questions. And then, if you're just a final closing statements. And if it was profitable, like modern day debates or JF or Worski or something like that, you would have people in the audience paying to ask, to get their questions asked. And saying that's, like Jennifer's channel's not even monetized. It's extremely unlikely to happen. Even if I host on my channel that was monetized, it's pretty unlikely people would be paying to get their questions answered. However, there might still be people in the chat that had questions, but so just general format. Howie gives the affirmative, lays out his case of what area invasion theory is and why he thinks it's true. Then Jennifer gives the negative on, she doesn't have to, it's just the negative of why it's false. She doesn't have to present an alternative theory because it's just debating her position, just the area invasion theory is false regardless of what is true. Although I mean, she does want to mention some of that, might be her prerogative, but it's not really the debate. And then, to clarify between you and yourself, that if you two have questions for each other, and then if there's a moderator or moderators, or even if you want to do question from the audience, and then closing statements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does that make sense to you, Jennifer?
Sure, sounds great. Thanks.
I mean, you're going to do it on Saturday, so I'm not going to be there. Or at least you're going to have to reach out to your friends and say if you have one or two moderators. So Howie affirmative, Jennifer negative. You two might ask each other any questions you have for each other. Should be relatively friendly in that respect. And then the moderators ask some questions, and then if there's questions from the chat, and then final statements. And if you wanted to set up some sort of voting, you should probably say that in the beginning. So if it's going to be scored and you want people in the audience to vote on a winner, you need to explain that to people at the beginning of the stream that you're going to be doing that. And you could also, for the purpose of judging a debate, have kind of like a poll question of what people believe before the debate and after the debate, because depending on how the audience feels about the topic, did you sway more people over to your side? So if you're going to try to poll that or something, it's usually a good idea for debates, and you should have prepared before you actually start.
Yeah, we could get the mods to do that. Sounds like a moderator job.
Well, I'm just assuming if you don't have it pre-planned and organized, it's unlikely to happen. If none of the mods in the chat right now have volunteered and step up and said they're going to do that, you assume they're not going to.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, not maybe. I mean, it's like almost guaranteed.
Awesome. So take it under advisement and whip these guys into shape, and hopefully we can put something together that's halfway entertaining. Looking forward to it. So, Doooovid, you want to say goodbye to Howie and we can talk about the other stuff you wanted to go into, or did you want to?
Yeah, I guess anything else, Howie?
Nah, I got nothing, really.
Okay, yeah, so maybe we'll move on to talking about other things, and if the debate goes on next Saturday, we'll definitely have you on again next week, and we'll recap how the debate goes, or if it does get postponed, maybe you'll be able to come on next week. And
I actually, on second thought, there was something that I wanted to bring up on stream here. I told Jen in private, but I have a friend who I think might be interesting to bring on at some point. Not necessarily for debate, but she's got some very interesting ideas that I think you guys might enjoy exploring. And it would probably be very entertaining for viewers to watch. She's a Jew, and she's also a Nazi, and she has a lot of conspiracy theories. And she actually does very good research. No matter how crazy you might want to think her theories are. One time, I actually saw her she actually bought an EMF detector and went around her home, showing the points with the highest EMF, and it was pretty interesting to watch.
I mean, I guess I'm willing to talk to anybody, but yeah, I mean, if she's in the chat right now, I guess I
don't think she's in the chat right now. But
yeah, I mean, I guess that's possible. We like to introduce new characters, and we're trying to grow these streaming circles. So just kind of having like these endless conversational chats or whatever. So it's more kind of trying to get people that are interested in streaming, and kind of help them up their game, and book them and grow their channels, than to just have kind of like conversational. But yeah, like we need to meet new people, especially people who have interesting ideas or are willing to work at their streaming. So just people, maybe even we can, or just people with interesting ideas that don't really want to work on their streaming, we talk to every once in a while. But so I mean that's like I'll give anyone a chance, speak to anybody, see where our ideas are going.
Yeah, the last I was talking to her, she was actually discussing how she has this theory about Homo capensis and the Jewish cabal who control the world. It's really interesting whether you agree or not.
Oh, I mean, you might if we're gonna, Jennifer, you be careful about YouTube's terms of service or whatever. But yeah, I mean that's I specialize in these type topics, and but I don't know. I mean we'll see. So I guess just hypothetical. So you have to actually see if this person wants to come on and we can review. I mean, is this person a streamer already, or just someone you know?
She has done streaming that I know of, but she stopped doing more like political type streams because her channel actually got removed and she had to make a new channel. She has been doing video game streams recently.
Okay, yeah, I mean, so whatever. See if if she, I guess if she's interested, like don't force her to come on. We can review, but if she's interested, like yeah, fine, no problem. Speak to anybody, I guess, but like to keep it topical, and some sort of serious level, or someone who has ideas and wants to advance ideas in a serious way.
So what were these other topics you guys were wanting to discuss?
I wanted to discuss the streaming I've been doing on Luke Ford and streaming in general, and maybe I had other topics on like Jews in India, but maybe I've lost my headspace, so I get a little bit of headache. So I'm not sure. We might end up just discussing Luke Ford. I'm not sure if I have the energy to ramble on so long anymore.
I made a bunch of clips off that. I think it was Sheldon Solomon interview with Lex Friedman, and I sent you the timestamps if you want. I don't think you would have had time to look at them because you were out today, but I have those clips.
I only saw the first one, and I don't know if you just want to play them, or if you thought those were interesting for conversation starter or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
I thought they were. I have like 5 clips, I think, and they're all sort of they're topics that come up on the show pretty regularly, like consciousness and death, and there's some talk about just different meta-analytical things that I thought would be interesting. But if you want to put that off till next week, that's fine. I've got the clips ready, and yeah, other than that, I guess I just had a little clip of somebody else saying they wanted to debate me on the Aryan invasion theory, so I was going to play that, but it's like a minute long. So that was all I had to talk about this week. Aiken Drum wants to know if his garbage collector can come on the show. I can't tell if you're joking or not, Aiken. We do like to have people on, but it's like if somebody doesn't have the right attitude, it's kind of hard to continue talking because the communication sort of breaks down, right? Like with that Super Librix guy, he's like, yeah, let's stream, but like I don't want to learn any of the theoretical stuff. It's like, well, why do you want to stream then? Because like I'm not gonna suddenly change my mind and think it's a great idea, right? I just don't know how
Well,
to
the
get through
value
it.
proposition is different to different people, and so say like if you can't discuss with people the rules of engagement beforehand, it's probably going to be an unstructured relationship, and you're just like, what do you want to get out of this? um, what type of work are you putting into it? And if people can't answer those questions, um, you're from a serious net level, it's like, okay, problems. So like if you're like, like a cult leader or something, like you're recruiting people to your cult, is no, like I'm here to help people, but you have to want to be helped. And the person has to have a serious level, or it's kind of like boot camp or something. So it's like a bait and switch. Once a person's in, then it's just kind of like boot camp, and it's like you gotta get your shit together immediately, and you have to just we're just gonna work you until we so like a training to to put out good streamers or to advance people's ideas. And your first people who just kind of want to have conversations, or even repetitive gamers or news, or comfortability level, or just kind of like make some friends. And there's different levels. Some people aren't friendly, some people don't want to make friends, some people like there's all different types of archetypes in nature, and you could network and work together. And that's largely why we created Week in Review and why we're still doing it. And it's tough, just like streaming with Luke Ford this week. It's just like, what the hell are we talking about? What the hell are we doing? Who the hell's listening to this? Like, and I thinking like, why am I doing this? And like I don't even necessarily like mind. I mean, we talk about it, but you're just thinking like, it's like, okay, like, how do I tell Luke like I'm bored of streaming with them? Like it's not interesting for
Aw.
me to stream with him anymore. And like, I mean, it's not like he did anything wrong to me. Just like, Luke, like, I don't think your show's gone anywhere. It's kind of boring. I'm not getting any subs. No one's saying any positive feedback to me. It seems just like a waste of my time. So it's just like, if you look at me like I'm doing you a favor, and like, please, like, okay, he likes me coming on the show or whatever, but it's just like, okay, but like whatever, it's still a waste of my time.
I
And
actually, unfortunately, was out of town, so I missed all of this week's shows. The last one I saw was with you and Babs on. So maybe could you fill me in as to like how was the vibe? Like, was it the same sort of general questions, or like what were you guys talking about?
well, I mean, when Babs came on my show, it was still kind of like, I mean, he, to say like what he's been up to and filling it up, like, like he covered that pretty quickly. It's like that. There's probably not much more, and it doesn't look like he's doing that much reading or thinking now that he's more busy. So it said like there's probably not that much more to talk about. I saw. I don't know. I don't think Babs is going to be able to become regular back on Luke. I mean, it's possible. We'll see. And I thought, I mean, Luke kind of I mean, whatever he's messaging me, but I mean, he kind of wants to like build up an audience with what he finds interesting. And he's saying like, like, Luke, I don't think you're going to build up an audience of people that are interested in what you find interesting. Or just like the way he's directing his show, he doesn't really want to talk about it. And it's like an organizational, like structured type thing, where it's just like, okay, are we learning spiritual wisdom in a text? And then it's just kind of like we're talking, and then it's just kind of like streaming. It's like I'm not making any money, I'm not making any subs, I'm just having kind of like pointless conversations where I don't learn anything. I'm not even sure anyone watching is learning anything. And like, so I'm questioning, should I keep on doing it? I'm not even sure for Luke's own good. It's like, maybe Gandalf or something. Just like, like I didn't want to be Luke's co-host in the first place. I recommended Gandalf. Like I said very clearly, I do not want to be Luke's co-host. It's not my style. And like, even
That's what I
though
was thinking when I was thinking we should take over the production of the Luke Ford show because of all the interesting personalities. When I was thinking that, like, I was seeing you as like the occasional subject matter expert at being.
There are no more interesting. I was discussing that with Brundle, and when he was thinking like, well, I mean, the main reason I went on Luke's Ford show in the first place was basically to take on Jew haters. I mean, basically that was like 90% of my intention was basically to like go head to head with Jew haters, and that's really not applicable. One, because there's basically no more Jew haters on YouTube. They've all been kicked off and deplatformed. And so like it's not even possible to do that on YouTube, or even to like you'd have to do it on your own channel. And then even just for me to take the chance to like take on Jew haters, it would have to like risk losing like a person losing their own channel. So I say the whole genre of that, at least on YouTube, has ended. And plus Luke Ford, he doesn't actually have an interesting group of characters anymore. Like it's dud, it's nothing. Even like Babs, like he just called in like once or twice, and it's just like glib, a few people in the chat, his numbers are down, and like no, I get zero feedback. Like no one reached out to me. Like I was on Luke's show like almost a month now, almost like 5 days a week, and like nobody has reached out to me. Nobody is like migrated to my channel. And so I'm asking like Luke, he's like, don't worry. It's like why the hell wouldn't I worry? That like I have no idea who the hell is watching me. I'm not getting any feedback. The only feedback I'm getting is negative. And Luke is like, no, don't worry. It's like, oh, like I'm not saying worry, but it's saying like like okay, if it's going nowhere, it's going nowhere. And it, so and if it's like a venue where it's like, does Luke want to build up Torah discussions? And then like he's coming on to Doovid. Relatively, Luke needs Doovid to do him a favor in that sense. Like he wants to have more Judeo kind of talking about Torah and Orthodox Judaism, and he needs, so to say, Doovid as a subject expert. But it doesn't really appear to be what he's doing, and it's not really clear to me. I don't even think it's clear to him what he's trying to do.
Well, he likes to argue with you in a way that seems counterproductive, perhaps.
Well, I mean, there's like no gain from it, and okay, like learning, talking about Judaism is a little bit interesting. I've had insights from the discussion, but like at a certain point, like I don't really care about like this scholar Mark Shapiro that he loves. Like I read a whole bunch of his stuff, and it's like okay, like whatever, but like no, like I don't really want to study like this Mark Shapiro guy that he really loves. And then even Luke, like he stopped studying him, so now we're just kind of like talking. But like no, I don't. Whatever reason, I don't know if Luke did anything wrong, if he just lost his mojo, or he got old, or just a turn of bad events. He's got no one. He's got no one interesting who wants to get on the show. He's got no one interesting that wants to talk to me. He's got no one interesting like even the Babs post show. No one came over from his channel. It was the same people, Judas and Elliot. Saying there was no one new, nothing else. So I mean, I don't know if like I'm not against Luke. I don't want to like be bashing his show on his own show or something like that. But like like Doovid's got to do what's best for Doovid. Luke's got to do what's best for Luke. And like it's really unclear like what the hell I'm doing on his show. And like what we're talking about, what's the purpose to it, where is it going, and so I like as of now I'm thinking I'm just kind of like looking for an out where I'm gonna maybe appear a few times, and I can't even bring myself to watch Luke's show, like to follow what he's doing or who he's talking. I mean, he doesn't really seem to talk to hardly anybody anymore. He hardly has any guests.
Yeah, that's why I think like if he wants to take it to the next level, he's got to let somebody or group of people take over the production for his show and basically get involved in the creative process, but also like accept that his current format is just it's not engaging because it's like okay, I gotta put on Tucker Carlson, and I'm just like it's so jarring.
Well, no, I mean he could be like a Tucker restreamer and probably he has some success, but you're saying like no, Luke can't be rebranded. Luke would be like the extra wheel. He's not needed. So like the Babs cast at this point, like Luke doesn't actually add anything to it.
Well, Luke would be the charismatic front man who would be having. Well, that would be he would be trained up to that level. I think he has potential. I find him an interesting character. A Hunter S. Thompson, if you will. So I have different standards, I guess. But I like
Yeah, I mean, you've been saying that for a while, but it's like no, I mean, like you're gonna get some like 54-year-old man who is on the low point of his media career and say like, no, like, you know, I think he's going to hit it big now.
Well,
You know,
I see potential perhaps where others don't, and I mean,
I see potential in everybody. You say like, yeah, everybody got potential.
It's not just about the ethereal potential. It's also about like, can I work with this person? And I think for you guys,
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying I've been talking to him for like a month, and I'm like, I don't see any potential. I think the show's going nowhere.
well, there's no potential for maybe what you guys are doing because maybe he's just not all that interested in Torah. Like I sometimes feel like he's more interested in Pelpol than Torah, and that makes it a bit tough for you, or it's sort of the reverse. I'm not totally sure, but there's something about it where like I feel like with you and Halsey, there's like a synergy there when you talk about Judaism. I don't know if you agree with me or what, but there have been times where, you know, you could sort of get into it and see like, I don't know, but I don't see that with Luke where it's like he'll ask you a question and I either get the impression after you answer it that he's not listening because like if it was me, I'd ask a follow-up question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I also saw like I don't think Luke actually understands what I'm talking about. So it's like if Luke himself was like like okay, so like Jennifer I've streamed with, like I don't know too like I mean no offense, like you know I don't really know any of these people who you know watch This Week in Review. I mean saying like I've spoke some of them friends on Facebook, but I mean the likelihood even that where we're going to meet in real life is quite small. Most of these people I don't even know their real name, or at best it's like a
Dude, but
frenemy.
it'll happen, but it'll happen before you know it. It's already happened to me. Somebody recognized me from the internet IRL. It'll happen at some point, I promise. They'll
Well, I
probably
mean,
be
yeah,
like,
I mean,
"Whoa,
people recognize
Doovid,
me from the internet. Like, I mean, because
Doovid, how tall are you?"
I've been promoting stuff on the internet for years, and I have 250,000 views on my channel. I mean, I'm talking about from Week in Review. So
Oh, okay.
someone might recognize me from, but I'm saying like, no, I mean, I don't think. I mean, it might possibly that like you know some of these people will meet in real life. You know, Nicholas bought some CDs off me, or something like that. But I mean, but at least like you know we're advancing ideas, and I'm getting to understand ideas better. And you know, Jennifer at least you know appears to listen to me and understand the concepts, and we're advancing certain ideas that you know that we were mutually benefiting from this endeavor. And you know that's probably why it's you know episode 69. You know it's been over a year, and
Wait, episode 69?
Oh,
Oh, nice.
I don't think Doovid appreciates that level of humor. Just for future reference,
I
he
don't
doesn't
Oh,
appreciate
I know.
humor at any
He told
level.
me. He
he
told me.
doesn't appreciate humor at any level, and so it's at the point where he says something hilarious and I laugh, but I
God
feel
forbid,
bad
like
about it.
something that's like meant to be degenerate humor, like even if it wasn't degenerate humor, like all humor is degenerate, but like you know that just blatant degenerate humor. But I mean, character refinement is. I was trying to express that to Luke, where you know, saying like I was explaining the poor man's view versus the rich man's view, and you know, the poor man's fantasy, and just a different way a poor man looks at something versus a rich man, and the poor man probably never understands that they view things as a poor man, or I mean, possibly they do, but. You know, from the streaming perspective, it's like nothing's being gained. Like Luke isn't really paying attention to the ideas I'm saying. So like weeks later, I'm repeating the same things, and it's unclear. Maybe he's just not into meta-analysis. Like you know, I even like mentioned multiple truth hypothesis, and you know, come back to him getting to these repetitive, asking me the same question, and you know, probably what he wants is I mean, really, he just needs viewership. He's probably giving me the
Yeah.
invite because his show's in like an all-time low, and no one else wants to talk to him. Because, like, my guess, God forbid, that Luke Ford, if like had 100 viewers or got back like 50 viewership or something, like yeah, he would probably like dump me right away, like you know, like instantly, I mean, he might have a little bit, but like no, I mean, I don't think. You know, saying like Luke,
I mean,
he's
Doovid,
giving.
aren't you the reason his numbers have basically doubled lately? I mean, people take a while to come around. Like, I know Luke Ford seems dead, but I'll be honest with you. If I want to show a meme and I put it in the Luke Ford chat, it's on 4chan within days. So the Luke Ford chat, in terms of like traction, you got some pretty big players there just watching the show. But on the level you're talking about, it's
I
like
don't think so. I mean,
I know what you mean, but it's like
I don't think there's any big players watching the Luke 4. I mean, you might have
I've
like
seen evidence of it already. Just in terms of spreading ideas, like I can get massive traction on that show that I mean, I wouldn't even say I can get that much traction on JF's show. Perhaps that's going to change at some point, but Luke Ford's audience is disproportionately influential. It's clear. I mean, the manner in which they influence is their own manner of influence, and it's restricted to their domain of influence, but it's still something. And I mean, the fact that nobody said anything, maybe it just takes a while for people to sort of digest it all, right? Because they're like, you're coming at them with like this hardcore knowledge. Like this guy that I was saying maybe he's going to come on the show, and I sent him the link, but he didn't. He didn't respond. I think it might be bedtime where he's at, but he was just singing your praises. You know, he was like, "Oh my God, dude, it's like so brave, and I couldn't believe it, and it was awesome. And I just want to see more of his content." So it's like it's almost such high praise that people would feel like they wouldn't even be able to say it to your face because they'd be too embarrassed, kind of thing. So I'm not saying keep doing Luke Ford. I'm just saying it may be one of those things where you get this huge benefit, but it's like 7 months down the line because it took that long for someone's defenses to wear down or whatever. But I mean,
no, I'm saying like God forbid. Like I mean, I don't want to bash Luke, but like no, I don't buy it. I think unfortunately the show's going nowhere, and he's not really going to do what's necessary to make a show go anywhere, and it's coming to the point where it's just a waste of my time. And it's like I wish him the best. Like I hope I'm wrong. Like maybe something good happens. But like some like wishful thinking, like trying to make shit smell good, isn't really a help.
oh, I'm sorry to say that,
And especially when you're talking, especially when you're trying to incentivize someone to waste their time. It's saying like you are giving your time away for nothing, for absolutely no advantage, and you're trying. Oh, but good things are going to happen to you. That's the fake spiritual guru bullshit, and that's why you say follow the money. You're saying some bullshit guru is saying, oh, do this, and good things are going to happen to you. Like, no, you follow a guru that hands you money. And you're saying like this like bullshit, like, oh, I could tell like good things are going to start coming your way. It's like, haven't you been saying that as long as I've known you and it's never came true? It was like, well, yeah, of course.
That's actually the reason why I've never had a guru.
At money is karma.
That's actually the reason why I've never had a guru, is because gurus ask for money, whereas a real guru should be the one who gives you money. I'm so spiritually powerful, I can make money out of fucking nothing.
Gurus ask for money. I'm saying because they're sponsored, but it's saying like no, like all the Doooovid stuff is always sponsored. It's always free. There's always free stuff being given out. But I mean, money's got to come from somewhere, and like gurus don't necessarily, aren't millionaires. But they're saying if you're a well-organized guru, money is usually one of the better signs of demonstrating that. Like, how could you tell the difference between a real guru and a fake guru? Saying, well, real guru has their own money, and that's not the only sign. It does just because a real guru has their own money doesn't mean they're a real guru, or just because a guru doesn't have money. But when it comes to this, it's just like bullshit where people are saying, just continue to keep on wasting your time. Things are going to go good. And it's like, well, that's because you're poor, and because your time is not valuable, and you don't know the value of time. So you're willing to waste my time because you look at things reciprocally. And unfortunately, when you look in the mirror and you see your time's really not worth that much, God forbid you look at me and you think my time's also not worth that much.
Oh, okay. Well, if you feel that way, then you shouldn't do it. I just thought.
Well, I'm saying it's a fact. I wanted to
come back to this idea.
I mean, if you're talking like Hindu or axioms, but like from Judaism, I mean, and I didn't talk like Luke. Like we're talking Judaism. Like certainly,
you feel like you're becoming a worse Jew by doing the Luke Ford thing because the value proposition is not there. That's cool. And
yeah, I mean, it's like
I just wanted to make it clear. I want to make it clear that my liking Luke is not. It's not a fake like. I actually do find there's potential in the guy, but if you disagree, that's all good with me. I would never want you to do something you didn't want.
I don't want to be the quoting someone saying that like Doooovid said he's going to fail and doesn't going anywhere, and it's saying like I've been doing this a month and I don't see it going anywhere, and like I feel that Luke doesn't value my time, to the perspective where it's worth investing my time in that, and it's saying like, yeah, month's a pretty long time. saying like to like a week or something, and especially, I mean, it'd be like no super chat, nothing. Saying like I did a stream on my channel, like I got a super chat, like I get some sort of feedback. Saying like like a month is pretty long to have like absolutely nothing, to demonstrate any sign that something good is going to come from it.
All right, fair enough. Seems like a good enough justification.
It doesn't be negative. Like I'm not saying that I want him to succeed, but like you got to go with the facts and the evidence. And facts and evidence is like you've been doing it a month, you haven't made any money, you haven't gained any subscribers, you haven't made any friends, you haven't got anyone to reach out to you. Not a single person has been like, oh, great job, and you've been doing it a month, and the numbers still aren't really that good.
I thought I saw them up near the 50s. That seems to be better than what he's been getting lately. It'll be interesting to see what happens. So have you decided, or for sure, or are you still not sure?
Well, I mean, I unfortunately, I think if I try to talk about it with him, I'll probably end up like getting an argument and on friendly. So like I'm probably better off just kind of like not taking his links or stepping away. And because and I don't think we're going to be able to kind of like talk it out and work it out and I mean, actually I think the only way that me and Luke could work it out would be and make it for good streaming. It'd have to be like Brundle, where it'd have to be like a JF Worski thing, where I'd have to be it'd have to be like online and be like, Luke, I don't think it's working out. Like we should stop doing this, and we'd have to like openly discuss it. But like whatever reason, Luke doesn't like doing that, and I mean that's his prerogative. But like for Luke doesn't really take my perspective of what I think is good streaming. And like at this point, unfortunately, like Doovid's a bigger streamer than Luke. I mean, it's like what the hell? Like I get better.
Oh!
Well, I'm saying God forbid, but I'm not saying in the place, but it's saying like no, I don't want to just like take Luke's recommendations because like I don't think his recommendations like don't take recommendations from poor people. I'm sorry. Saying like, okay, Luke's a good man, but Luke is smart enough to know that you do not take advice from poor people. I mean, you could take like wisdom, you could learn something, but like, no, I do not want mentorship from a poor man. I mean, I think he understands that. But like to put it in the perspective, it's like you don't, like, okay, like I'm going to mentor you, even though I can't pay you, and even though I don't have success for myself, in order to entice you that I'm going to be able to help you become successful. So it's like, well, you're not qualified.
You should be his mentor, like an older brother type thing. Like that would work. I mean, he should pay you.
He's got the radio background. He doesn't need me like a mentor. I'm not older than him. I might be more now.
I mentor people older than me. It's a spiritual maturity thing. In this regard, you're more spiritually mature than he is. I think it could work, but I think he should pay you in a manner that befits your stature. Right? Because now it's like, oh, you're doing him a favor, or maybe he doesn't really see it that way or whatever. But if you set it up as a mentorship relationship, is much more clear, and the dynamics, and I think he would overall appreciate you more. Certainly would listen better.
Yeah, it's just like my main thing is wasting my time. So it's just like Luke's not listening. I have no evidence that anyone who's listening to his channel is listening. So it's just like, okay, like why am I doing it? I'm going to stop doing it.
Yeah, exactly. You'd need to like come up with some sort of mentorship plan and have like
I don't think it's going to happen.
Task as
a teacher. Like, okay, like I openly discussing it now on Week in Review, and I'm not meaning any negativity. Just saying like, yeah, I mean like that's Doovid's style is to discuss things openly. Maybe it's not Luke's style, and we'll see what happens. But like I would have done other things. I would have released more of my Ask the Rabbis or chess streams. Then Luke started giving me the invites. I've been doing that, and now it's been like a month, and I don't think it's going anywhere. And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have some more streams on your channel because those are good. The Babscast one was awesome.
Well, I'm saying also like if I'm streaming with Luke for a month, and I can't get anyone who's watching that to want to come on my channel. And it's like I can't even have like who the hell was watching his channel? Like who that and I don't know. It's not my business, but saying like saying like I would hope that like after streaming a month, like people would be reaching out and wanting to stream with me. And then like a message to Luke, he's like, oh, don't worry, like I like talking to you, don't worry about that, like I'm trying to create content. And it's saying like, well, yeah, but like I'm worried about wasting my time.
Can I point out that this stream has steadily had around 20 viewers the whole time?
Yeah, that's better numbers than usual. So I think we're getting like a repeat crowd and like people who just chill out with this in the background because they know our personalities and they know that eventually we'll say something good. And so I'm happy for it. Yes, truth and doubt. I take your point. I definitely take your point. There's truth on both sides of the argument, right? Like if money is the thing. I mean, you can't deny that money's a thing. Obviously. Thanks, Renee. It is nice to see the regulars in the chat. It really is. I do appreciate it. So I think eventually we'll have more, but I think it'll grow steadily because it's like people have to shift their perspective to being like, I don't care if I hear something that makes me cognitively dissonant. And I don't know. I feel like Luke just needs somebody to give him a stern talking to in a way. That he's sort of like he's a bit of a flip-flopper, isn't he?
Yeah, no, I mean, I would disagree with saying like, no, I mean, I don't have much hope that like an older man like him would change much. And like even a stern talking to or something, like, no, I mean, you give some 50-year-old man a stern talking to, like, no, I mean, it's not gonna, he has to internally, decide he wants to change his life, and him at his age, the chance of that happening is extremely small. So, no, I mean, I don't see it.
I guess time will tell. That's all good.
I mean, generally, almost all people, I mean, including Luke himself, saying like, invest in the youth. Saying like older people don't usually change their ways, and so that most people invest in youth.
Yeah, I mean, but influencing youth is much easier. It doesn't require much of a time commitment. So it's like, it is awesome to be there from when people are young, but I don't know, older people are more complex and interesting. And I guess I don't really think you can't change when you're older. It is harder, but ultimately what you're doing is you're shifting your perspective or your philosophy or whatever and working in that framework. So I don't really see... In a way, older people are better because they have more experience, so that they're disillusioned of the things that youth like makes people sort of difficult to pin down and get them to focus on anything other than themselves.
Yeah, I'm saying like old people with track records of failure. There are certain statistics saying that actually, someone that's failed is more likely to succeed than someone who hasn't tried and failed. Even though the bias might be to choose someone who hasn't tried and failed over someone who's tried and failed. But like media streaming is like, no, I mean like it's unlikely that Luke is about to make it big in media. I mean, the guy's been failing at media, largely his whole career. It's like not that he's a failure, but it's saying like, I mean, he's been in radio, he's been in Hollywood, he's written some books. But the idea that like he's about to pick up fame from like that he's been in Hollywood for like decades now and hasn't achieved fame, that it's going to be knocking on his door at 54 is pretty unlikely. Although it's possible. Like I wish him the best, but we hope that happens for him.
It's because I have a vision. I have a vision of like.
I don't have. I traded stocks. Like I was saying, like no, I would not trust Jennifer with my money. Unfortunately, like no. I mean, like I'll stream with her. But like no, like I would not trust her with my money, and just like Luke is, like he's a good guy, but like in terms of like career, don't get career advice from poor people unless you want to be poor. But like if you want success, and the success includes like monetary success, you probably, I mean, you could listen to advice from, but I mean, don't get advice from poor people. And Jennifer's attitude is it's the poor person's attitude because like you have to go with results and success. And you have to cut your losers. Like anyone who's traded stocks, Fork, Shark, or whatever, even on this channel, you must cut your losers. And saying anybody who does not accept the rule of you must cut your losers, gets fired, doesn't even get the job, doesn't have an account placed in front of them. So like, yeah, I've worked in stock offices and I knew a lot of high IQ people, but it's like Jennifer, like no, we would never put an account in front of her. Like there
I
would
feel
never
like you're
be
just trying. I
there
feel
would
like you're
never be a
trying
live
to.
account with money that would actually ever be set in front of you, because usually like that would just be a guaranteed loss of money. Because like
I
although
feel
the
like you're
person's
trying
smart
to.
and have some sort of concept, like putting her in front of money would basically be a guaranteed loss of it.
I feel like you're trying to trick me into telling you what my investment strategy is. No, Doovid, I'll prove you wrong. Hey, what's going on, Oxstone?
I mean, there's not. I'm saying that cutting your losers is a fact of investing. It's like someone telling you to.
I cut a loser once. One time I bought a stock because I liked the name of it, and I made I think $1,000, and then I sold it. Yay!
That's not cutting your losers.
Well, it ultimately went to zero. So
You're saying if you bought a stock and it went down, and you saw that it's likely to keep on going down, and you took your loss, that's cutting your losers. Because when you see that it went against you, it's likely to continue to go against you. That's, you're saying like, no, like unless a person agrees to that and says, yes, 100%, I will cut my losers, you do not put an account in front of them. You never give them live money. And just the fact you could apply to 100 stockbrokers office, and like none of them will put money in front of you if you can't accept that as a fact of trading.
Okay. I feel
and
like
so you're saying from like streaming, you're saying like, oh, I think Luke is, like his stock is just, I can tell it's going up. It's like, no, you can't tell. All the evidence says it's not going up. And if you're just wishing it goes up, like, no, I will never put my money in front of you. I will never trust you. I will never trust someone with my money that just thinks that, oh, I can tell it's going to happen, even though all the evidence is against it.
Well, I think that he would be one ingredient in an overall creation that I could see as something that would be entertaining, because the personalities just have to sort of learn to work off each other in a productive way. That's what I think.
Personalities? There are no personalities at this point. There is like it's Luke and Rodney, me, and Babs just popped on this week. But at this point, it's just like Doovid and Rodney. There are zero other personalities.
Well, there's Daniel Shinkevich. I'm sure I could figure something out. But see, it's about
Daniel Shinkevich. Like he's not even in the Luke chat. He hasn't been on Luke's stream. I don't think he ever appeared on Luke's stream.
He did, and it was a snoozer. But what I'm saying is that you have to engineer a situation where it's actually going to be a good exchange, and that's where I would come in and engineer the topic of conversation, which is what I was going to say. You would make it good, and that's not a testament to Luke. That's a testament to my ability to make stuff good no matter what. And Luke's a good test case because he does have talent, and he's like KMG. He has talent as well, but they're limited because it only works if it's a posse. That's the point. That was what I was getting at. I'm not saying you're having bad judgment with regards to Luke. Go ahead, cut your losses. I feel like it's acquiring a stock for free is how I feel. So it's like, okay, sure, I'll take it. Why not? If you're going to give me a stock that's valued at zero for free, I'll take it. I'll put it on my portfolio.
What you're saying, like just being platformed on someone's show, okay, if there's 20, there's 40 listeners, that's that's free publicity. But like, no, I don't think so, because like I could tell I'm not getting any subscribers, no one's reaching out. So I don't care, like like if there's 20, 40 people listening, no one's reaching out, I'm getting no feedback. Like, no, I don't think that is any value.
What kind of feedback would you like to get?
Someone like message like I heard you on the show, like I heard you discussing this idea, this is what I think. Someone like coming and commenting on my video, like I saw you on Luke Ford, and like now I'm watching a few of your videos. Like someone inviting me on their show to speak to me, someone wanting to come on my show. So like that, like, no, none of that has happened. In fact, it's been a month now, Week in Review. No one has came over to Week in Review from Luke Ford show. in a month now. And as far as I know, not a single person, has been like, oh, like I saw do it on Week in Review on Luke Ford, and like now they're hearing Week in Review. I mean, is there anyone in the chat now that just came over here to Week in Review from Doooovid the last month on Luke Ford?
They all pretty much look like regulars to me. I've seen all these names many times. Truth and Doubt comes from, I don't want to say the Cade pocket, and no offense, but he sort of showed up around the time that Cade showed up.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I mean, the majority of people here haven't even heard of Luke Ford.
Yeah,
I've heard the name before, but I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a streamer. I mean, he's not a bad guy. I'm just saying that I've been streaming with him. It seems to be going nowhere. I'm thinking, oh, stop doing it. I don't even know why Jennifer is trying to convince me to do it.
I'm not trying to convince you to do it. I was just saying how I felt about it with no pressure whatsoever. Just to make that clear, like, please don't think my opinion is going to change whether you do Luke Ford or not.
You kind of like me going on and see like maybe something good could come out of it, but if you see like
what
no,
I thought
if I feel it's wasting my time,
I still feel this way. I still feel that your role on Luke should be a subject matter expert who comes on occasionally to give a, well, the way you always do it, a lecture, and then sort of leave gaps of time, because I don't think it's fair to be putting that on you like every day, because I just don't think it's your preference. But that's the role that I see for you working on Luke Ford. But it would be in a symphony of other people where there'd have to be some sort of coherent direction the thing is even going in, because he seems to be sort of forking at random directions. Like, remember when he had that girl? I don't even know what her story was, but it was just like, are you having her on for any other reason than you want to look at her on the camera? Like, I don't know. Like, she wrote a book. Okay, great. Like,
I don't know. I don't even. I can't even really watch Luke shows these days, even the ones I'm on, even the parts where I'm on. Like even like when I'm on and I can't like it. And I'm not sure if he's doing anything wrong. He's just doing a show in a way that doesn't speak to me, and you're like I don't feel. You're like okay, like like there's gonna be some new character on Luke Ford show, and then like I'm gonna want to speak to him and stream on my channel. And in fact, like God forbid, I have like the opposite vibe. That like if someone was on Luke Ford, it's like, oh man, I should stay away from this person. God forbid.
Well, I would see you as the person to come on as like there's a conversation that happens for a week, and then you come in and drop some knowledge, and then everybody sort of reacts to that knowledge and the ideas that you're sort of.
There is no everybody. I mean,
well, like, that's why I'm saying they don't exist yet. It's just part of my imaginary tapestry of internet fun-loving shitlord weirdos.
Yeah, but so like okay, like yeah, I mean that's like Adam Green now or something like that. But like Adam Green at least has thousands of viewers and a big platform. So like yeah, I don't mind like like going on Luke Ford. It's like once every week or two or a month, and so to being a subject matter expert like this daily thing to me it's going nowhere, and it's almost becoming like tedious to.
I couldn't do it. Gandalf was able to do it. But Gandalf really likes listening to the sound of his own voice. I don't think either of us are like that. It's like I got to get on, give the subject matter expertise, and get out of there, because it's like, yeah, there's some weird times on Luke Ford. I remember one time I went on and KMG was just hammered, and someone in the audience just asked whether you've talked to KMG. I don't remember that ever happening in any great detail.
No, I mean, and I don't really look up or admire Luke. I mean, God forbid he's like, I'm not just saying anything bad about him, but like, I wouldn't like recommend, like, I wouldn't recommend someone to watch Luke Ford, even though I'm on it, saying like I'm into more spiritual, interesting things, and he doesn't represent what I believe in. So like, no, I've never recommended to somebody like you should watch Luke Ford, and so it's like but now I'm on his show, and like I'm on a show I wouldn't recommend. And it's not necessarily against him because like Doooovid doesn't recommend many things, period. But even turn like a spiritual path and saying like no, I mean like will watching Luke Ford like put you on a better path. And well, I mean okay, it depends on how messed up you are. If you're pretty messed up, maybe like you need a support group, and Luke Ford's got his 12-step programs and things like that. And so if you're in a situation where you need like 12 steps or something like that, or you need help, the danger of the e-personality or porn addiction or whatever. But at the end of the day, not sure it's working, and I'm not sure I'd even recommend it for that. Like, someone's like, they got a porn addiction and they can't stop it. Like, watching Luke Ford would even help them. So it's just kind of like, like Jennifer, like the show came out because there were topics that aren't covered much that we both were very interested in, like reincarnation, the quantum mind, and that has been enough. That it's episode 69. We're still talking about it. But like Doovid and Luke Ford were basically the only overlap is Orthodox Judaism, and we don't even agree on Orthodox Judaism. That's the extent of it. And so at the beginning, Luke Ford did get me the microphone, but Doovid basically just wanted to argue and defeat Jew haters, and Luke was, Luke and Brundle or something played a part in that. But the real purpose wasn't like to become friends with Luke and Brundle. The purpose was for Doovid to take on Jew haters, and so that basically isn't applicable anymore. So the whole purpose of the relationship is largely inapplicable, and it's unlikely that aspect is going to be revived, or even if it did at this point, saying Doovid's battle against Jew haters, Luke and Brundle don't serve much of a purpose in that anymore. Like, Brundle's message is like, he's going to get me, E. Michael Jones on my channel. Like, thank God E. Michael Jones, good man, interesting to speak to. He gave me the book, but then like, what future of my relationship with Brundle? He's going to book me E. Michael Jones for my channel. That's not really what I was looking for in the first place. I just wanted to do my duty and stand up to defend the Jewish people, because I thought the Jewish people were unfairly being attacked, and there wasn't anyone to properly defend them. So I got in there to to do that. But like, my job largely in that venue is done, and so there's nothing there. Like, so I was thinking Halsey, he really so to say pimped it. Really, Halsey created his own media venue, and like, me and Halsey were similar, but Halsey actually has background in investigative journalist. He has a business and a web page and these various things that, like, Doovid's not a journalist, Doovid's not a media, Doovid's just the intellectual who's using media, even though I'm not really a media kind of guy. As where Halsey was trying to build his media brand, and he basically paid off Luke Ford and JF. And at this point, I think Halsey brand is better than JF. Even Worski, Worski's gone, JF is still there, but Halsey's brand, and even Luke Ford, whole streaming equipment was paid for by Halsey. Halsey gave Luke Ford openly in front of everybody thousands of dollars. He was given like a $50 super chat every day for like a month. He was on his Patreon, all this stuff. And so much that Luke Ford bought like thousands of dollars in new equipment, almost exclusively paid for by Halsey. And then JF, Halsey gave like, I don't know, like $10,000 or something, some huge amount. And he did it openly in front of everybody, super chatting $50, $100 every day for weeks, for months. And JF platformed Halsey, put him on, kissed his ass publicly, because money is money. And now Halsey built his own brand. And now Halsey, God forbid, like Luke Ford, he's the one who's selling pornography advertisements on his show. But I was thinking, like, Kevin Michael Grace versus Luke Ford, and that was kind of a weird relationship in the first place. But I was saying, like, Halsey, like, he really pulled it off. He used that money, built up his platform, and then he left Luke in the dust. Really, like, when's the last time Halsey's been on Luke? And even JF. Like, Halsey's, I don't know if he's bigger than JF yet, but I think he is. I think Halsey's probably bigger than JF now.
Maybe, yeah. JF gets pretty good numbers. He's like 400 viewers at a time. I don't think Halsey gets that many. JF has like a regular show and a regular crew that's always there. It's actually pretty awesome.
I think JF's
Halsey has the same thing though. He has a regular crew, and he's got his regular, like, what's his name, turd flinging monkey, who comes on his show. So yeah, he's doing great.
So JF was on the debate I mean, he keeps himself on the circuit, and he debated immigration on modern day debates, just like Halsey. Really, where Luke Ford is failing, Halsey and JF have done those things where they appear on other people's streams. They keep on bringing new people on. They keep on trying things, and saying like, you can't just do the same. You can't just become a Tucker Carlson restreamer. I mean, you can if you want, but it's saying like, no, like restream Tucker Carlson is not going to be a path to success. Like basically 0% chance. And I mean, it's like Brundle. Like I've never watched Tucker Carlson once in my life. Like occasionally I watch a Fox News clip, but I don't. Pretty sure not once in my life have I ever watched or ever been in a place where like someone actually had Fox News and Tucker Carlson on. Although like on occasion I'll pop on Fox News on YouTube and watch a clip if he has like a interview. But someone was saying in his chat that Luke Ford's the most popular Tucker Carlson restreamer, and he might be. But then it's like, how the hell does Doovid fit into that? Like, what the fuck? Like how the hell I get caught up in this shit?
I actually have a question. Back on the whole Jew hating thing, is Holocaust denial inherently hatred of the Jews?
It depends who you ask. I mean, it's saying like Jew hatred, like okay, like Jew hatred's not a crime. Holocaust denial, at least in Europe, is a crime. And so there's different ways of looking at it and saying like Holocaust denial is just factually inaccurate, or saying that Jew hatred, you could have a reason to hate Jews. And then there's the experts within Judaism and anti-Semitism, or the people who speak for Jewish organizations, or so to say, the Jews that are going to go after you, saying like, okay, you could be an anti-Semite, so what? You might have, a specific Jew or a group of Jews that you have a problem with, God forbid. But then you say, okay, if like you're an anti-Semite and you're going to have a problem that there, Jews who are going to try to go after you, and that that's going to be a certain set of Jews who do that kind of thing. And even Doovid, like I don't go after Jew haters. I just wanted to defend the Jews largely in a public, open forum. My purpose wasn't to go after Jew haters. I just phrased it in that way because whatever that maybe is a poor way to phrase it, but saying no, my main purpose was to publicly defend the Jews.
I asked because I actually got blocked by someone who I was actually kind of fond of not that long ago, because I ended up stating that I do actually deny the Holocaust on her Facebook. I don't consider myself inherently hateful for that. My step family is Jewish. I study the Kabbalah. I don't have any problem with Jews. I actually love Jewish women. Honestly, they're very, very beautiful women. Jewish
Well,
culture.
so you're just talking like a factual element in history. I mean, there's a difference between. So in Europe, Holocaust denial is a crime that's punishable by prison. That they say like no, I mean, and it's not punishable because of the Jews. It's punishable because of the Goyim. I mean, you could have your conspiracy so and so, but it's like the German people are here to inform you that yes, the Germans did in fact kill millions of Jews, and why ever that happened, whatever your opinion of the Jews, there's a historical fact that the Germans systematically killed millions of Jews, and that's relatively from a historical phenomenon. Undeniable, and for whatever aspect of history, I mean, like the narrative, how it happened, the exact numbers, but I mean, so to say, like Mark Zuckerberg, like okay, like what do you know? You might get things wrong. How are you, and even from the perspective that it's almost unbelievable in nature, it's counterintuitive. The natural assumption, if someone didn't know about history and you were telling about the Holocaust, that someone's like, nah, that can't be, I don't think that happened, might be a reasonable assumption. There's nothing nefarious about someone saying like, no, it's just like like the systematic extermination of the Uyghurs or something. And it's saying like, like I've looked into it, I've read about it. It's hard to know about or any of these atrocities in history versus like
Well, I'm not denying that
anti-Semitism,
there.
like you're saying the role that Jews play in society, and you're saying like you're here to inform people that you think Jews are problematic, and you're here to try to cause your fellow Americans to so to say turn against the Jews and warn them about the problems of having Jews within our midst.
Well, I'm not denying that atrocities happened committed by the Germans during World War II.
I really don't want to just don't talk about it at any point in time.
Oh yeah, we can actually get banned. We can get banned from YouTube for that.
So why bring it up?
Well, I'm saying he's not expert on history, and saying so. You're just saying that it's your natural tendency, you're giving your honest opinion. Like Jews, you kind of like Jews. You looked in, from your knowledge, it seems pretty improbable that it happened. And so Doovid's like, well, you're not surprised, but as someone who knows the history, like unfortunately it did happen, and you're like whether you like the Jews or you think that the Jews might have brought upon themselves or any of these various things that might be interesting to talk about versus the phenomenon. I haven't studied much history. I haven't been to Germany. I haven't read the books. I don't know much about World War II. And then it's like, well, okay, do you have strong opinions? You say, okay, you don't have strong opinions because you don't know much about the subject. Or you're saying like, no, even though I don't have know much about the subject, I still have strong opinions.
Well, I'm very convinced that the Holocaust,
can we just not talk about this on this channel, please? If you want to talk about this stuff, do it on your own channel, okay, please? I don't want to put the channel at risk. It seems like there's no way to even go into the subject without putting the channel at risk. So my solution is just don't fucking talk about it on the channel. That's all right. Like God, there's literally nothing else we could talk about.
Yeah, I mean that's one of my specialties to talk about. But yeah, I mean, in terms of YouTube now, and it's just like like Doovid, I could spend God forbid months years telling stories about the Holocaust. And that's also one of the main reasons I started streaming was to God forbid combat Holocaust denial, and but I did recognize that that there's nothing nefarious about it, and it's just a question of multiple truth hypothesis. How do you go about discerning the truth, and just the nature of history, period, of let alone debatable history, and let alone things in history that are currently used for political ends. So just the factual element I want to know versus I want to know why this event in history is being used, so to say, against me in terms of pushing society in certain directions. And when I say I don't think it's a good idea for society to be pushed in this direction, they say too bad because this event in history. So I say like, no, that's one of the reasons I started streaming. But like, no, I mean, like you could lose your channel. There's censorship. As said, like in Europe, Holocaust denial is actually a punishable offense. That I'm not saying like if you were living in Germany right now and you were using your name, that it's pretty unlikely. But I'm saying if it reached a point, like yes, you might get knocks on your door and taken to questioning and put in prison, and it wouldn't be because the Jews, it would be because that's the German law. We debate that. I've done streams on my channel about it. Actually, Claire Kaw, Henry Abramson, the professor I follow, popular YouTube streamer, is doing a 30 short video history on the Holocaust right now. So there's a lot of information and the political implications, and it's also the tendency of people to just want to straight enter the arena. And so it could be good and bad, like like the Aryan invasion theory, Holocaust. Just like okay, like Doovid knows a lot about it besides the 50 books on my shelf behind me. Traveling and being in the bathhouses and seeing the numbers on people's arms and all these various things doesn't change the fact that people put together information differently, and history is weaponized. But also, like we can review meta-analysis is, do you understand your identity as a whole together well enough to put together the issues that you find interesting, and do you understand your own bias well enough to understand? You say, okay, like, oh, okay, Howie's a blue-eyed man, and it's just the bias because you say the Holocaust is maybe a blemish on the record of the blue-eyed man, and so saying like Howie thinks it's pretty good to be a blue-eyed man, and then Doovid's here to inform him like, no, it's actually not so good to be a blue-eyed man. Like you have this
I never said that.
You have this huge blemish on like your record that like anyone around the world would just be like, oh man, blue-eyed man, maybe he was caught up in that World War II, what happened there, and so it has connotations where you say like, yeah, you have a bias to wanna so to say deny something or accept something, and that's important to recognize a person's bias and how the facts might help them, and also just how like multiple truth hypothesis and the hard problem of consciousness is how people recognize patterns and put information together.
I never actually said or believed that being white-skinned and blue-eyed makes me better or makes one better. And if we're talking about bias, I would actually be biased in favor of Asians, really.
Well, I'm saying that if a person is blue-eyed, that they immediately have a bias to, God forbid, deny the Holocaust, so to say, because it's a blemish on the record of so to say, your people. So that the bias is obvious, that someone's Germanic in origins, and you want to be a proud German, and say, oh, so that I can't be a proud German because of this blemish on our record. So either how do you clean up the blemish on your record? And so easy to say is like it doesn't exist. So I mean, at least in terms of the bias, that the bias is obvious, that there would be such a bias, and that possibly that would be your bias.
Yeah, possibly, but can we please just not talk about this on this channel? I just get stressed out whenever the subject comes up. I
do actually have a different subject that I kind of want to talk about, but I'm not sure it would be something that anyone else would even care about.
That's why we usually like to keep it within the realm of just science, and even Aryan invasion theory. If you keep it within the realm of human origins and migrations and factual elements, as opposed to like Kangs or something, so yeah, me and Jennifer, the reason why it's at 69 episodes, and it's because we could spend hours just talking about math and science, which is relatively productive for both of us.
In terms of spirituality, something that I regard as a miracle happened to me this week.
Okay, good for you. I mean, you're going to share that?
Well, I'm not entirely sure if anyone would really care too much about it, but a woman who is basically like my ideal just showed up out of nowhere.
You mean materialized, like you're saying, didn't exist in the material realm,
like
and then miraculously appeared? Or are you just saying like the woman?
She made it clear that she was interested in me.
Okay, but you don't mean like a miraculous, like materialization?
No, not like a materialization, but I consider this miraculous enough to call it a miracle.
Why? Because you're like an incel, and never once in your life has a girl shown any interest in you at all.
I've had plenty of women show interest, but it rarely goes anywhere. And showing interest itself is also rare.
I mean, I guess it depends how you use the word miracle. So you say something. If you use miracle, you mean something that was out of the norm and non-expected, versus like a dualistic. It was a miracle because the only explanation for it is that something externally, not controlled by the laws of the material realm, must have acted and caused a change in the material realm. And you're saying that the nature of a miracle is, say, like, God forbid you had been destined to never have a girl of the kind you like ever like, but the stars or the gods favored you, and miraculously some external force caused a girl to like you when it was in your fortune, God forbid, till that miracle, that no girl would ever like you.
Sorry, but I missed like the last 2 minutes because I've got visitors in my house. But was there anything extremely important? Because some people in the chat are saying, "Wow, LOL."
Well, I'm just trying to how miraculous it is that like some girl that has the attributes that he likes actually likes him. I was saying, how miraculous is that? And I was saying, so I was putting it to a dualistic perspective. Like, was it so miraculous that it had to have been a force outside of the material realm that acted to cause that? Because everything in the predictable material realm would have said that there was a 0% chance that that would have ever happened.
I tend to
trying
consider
to prove God by saying that the only
yeah, I mean, because like,
get laid is through a miracle.
If Doovid ever had a girlfriend, like God willing, one day, it would have to be a miracle, because statistically the chance that any girl ever liking Doovid is 0. So it only could be that there was some external force from God in the spiritual realm that metaphysically forced a girl to like me, even though all the rules of the material realm were programmed in a way that no girl would ever like me. Hence, it was a miracle.
That's.
I mean, it basically proves God. That like anybody watching this show who's skeptical and be like, yeah, I'm kind of an atheist, but if Doovid ever found a girlfriend, like, then I might believe in God. Because like, no, there's no way that Doovid could ever find a girlfriend if there's no such thing as God. Is that what you're saying, Howie? Or you use the word miracle kind of, you were kind of loosely using the word miracle, just something that was not that probable.
Miracles happen a lot more often in my perspective.
You consider like getting blackjack a miracle, even though there's like a 1 in like 40 chance or whatever. But like no,
I consider
that is a miracle.
I consider pretty much every interaction with a woman that is not just being rejected a miracle.
Because you say there's something within the realm, like, I mean, okay, God forbid, like, you look in the mirror and say, like, dude, I'm butt ugly. There's no way any girl that doesn't have like severe problems would ever like me, because like, God forbid, I'm looking in the mirror and I'm butt ugly.
I don't know, dude, but I think it would just be a matter of finding a woman who accepted the value proposition. I feel like the Doovid value proposition is there. It's just a matter of finding the right match.
Okay, Ethos Ananda.
Ethos Ananda. If you want the link, I can send it to you.
But
interrupt you.
Yeah, I knew the concept of miraculous like that, and saying like, no, that's why I was mentioning at the beginning the dualism and the nature, like miracle. What does it mean? And miracle just means like things worked out good for me. It was a miracle, and I didn't expect things to work out good for me, and they did, so it must be a miracle. Which is okay, reasonably way to look at it, and miraculous doesn't have to be like some sort of extreme of inexplicable phenomenon. Like, it doesn't have to be inexplicable phenomenon to be miraculous. And then there's the perspective that all phenomenon is miraculous. Saying that the fact that in the material realm doesn't fall apart and disappear immediately is miraculous, and therefore we should all submit and serve God. Just because the material realm is miraculously being sustained.
Well, it's like women showing interest in me is rare. Women showing interest in me who have a lot of stuff in common with me is 100 times more rare. Women showing interest in me who have a lot of things in common with me, who don't reject me at the first sign of a flaw, that's even 100 times more rare. So like this is really, really miraculous.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, is this like because we're like an incel support group, and you're saying, God forbid, I'm an incel?
Well, I mean, kinda.
I mean, it's okay to be an incel. Like, I mean, Doovid used to be a party promoter. Doovid was, more like a Valcel, but like, yeah, I could see that, like, there's never been a long line of women wanting to go out with Doovid, and yeah, I've always been kind of a nerd and a geek and intellectual, and I can say, like, yeah, like I've known countless guys that weren't so good with the ladies, and from all different perspectives to New York and the different ways of dealing with it, to also people that God forbid that so to say that aren't good with the ladies but think they are, people that are aggressive, or we're talking like Luke Forge or something like that, who in all reality is probably not very good with the ladies, but in his own head, thinks he's quite good with the ladies, which could be an even more disturbing phenomenon than the incel who doesn't think they're good with the ladies, but actually might be, good relationship material, versus, God forbid, the majority of men who are, think they're good with the ladies, but in reality are like predators, basically. Like Brundle or something, like your predator Brundle, just convinced how good he is with the ladies.
Well, I mean, Predator, I kind of feel like he's more of show up at the bar, grinding, take some random girl home type. Is that really a predator? I mean, if it's happening in a nightclub.
Well, I mean, because this
of
is episode 69, but it's like, like, I mean, even Luke Ford, like, for like the first 20 episodes, Jennifer had Mistopheles. I don't know what happened, if he's still around. And
he has
Brundle
gone the way of all of my rivals. Ha 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 ha.
demanding nude pics, like including Brundle, saying like that was his strategy for like months. Like it wasn't just like like his like a joke once. It was his consistent strategy for months. And it's saying like Brundle and Mistopheles probably in their own mind think they're pretty good with the ladies, but it's like, okay, they're aggressive. So from the lady perspective, okay, like Doovid and Howie are introverts, and it's not our style to pick up on women. And usually,
could you imagine having a wife like Claire, though? Wouldn't you just want to kill yourself? You want a wife that's actually gonna get along with you.
I mean, I would probably get along all right with Claire like that, because I like Claire. But
are you sure it wouldn't be like Chinese water torture?
No, I mean, I think she's too old for me. She probably wouldn't be able to bear me children. But like, no, I think I'd be able to get along with Claire. But
I'm just talking about that type of personality. I mean, don't you want someone who's going to respect you for you and more or less allow you to pursue your passions, which are mostly solitary?
Well, no, I'm saying like Doovid largely wants, I guess, someone to bear my children, and saying like,
right. But you're still going to be Doovid, right? I mean, you'll be Dad Doovid, but you'll still
I don't
be
really
Doovid,
need
right?
I don't really need companionship. I'm largely
exactly. So you want a woman who sees that as a plus rather than a minus. I mean, most of them couldn't even tell you what they wanted, but you've got a lot in the plus column.
Well, yeah, but so like if Doovid, like Howie kind of has it chalked up, like, yeah, like, we're probably never going to get a girl. And then like, but the negative reality, like I recognize, like, okay, the guys like Luke and Brundle and Mistopheles are, probably going to get, their girl and our girl. And it's the, God forbid, the problem of society that, the current, I haven't sent you that Pew survey on the dating market, but, it's tough to know. It's tough to find good women. And, good guys don't know how to approach good women. And bad guys do know how to approach good women. And then, usually the good guys see how the girls respond to the bad guys approaching them, and so that's why you have the incel phenomenon.
I have thus far been completely unable to emulate those douchebags.
The problem is
Another thing, they're just
that
extrovert. You don't have to say like
can I
that,
just
but
say can I just
you
say
don't have to
something
make
real
it
quick?
pejorative.
I just want to say something real quick. The problem people quote unquote incels make quote unquote is that they let the woman be the put pussy on the pedestal thing. The woman believes that the woman is the most important part of the guy's life. That's a losing strategy because evolutionarily that's repulsive to a woman. That's what the betas don't seem to understand. They sort of look, oh yeah, I'm a feminist,
But those douchebags, they put all of their effort into getting
The
women,
reason
and
the
not much
douchebags
help.
the reason the douchebags get attention is because they make the women fight for their attention rather than fighting for a woman's attention. Because one's a winner, one's a loser. But ultimately, what you want to convey is she's never going to be the most important thing in your life, but you have to be the most important thing in her life if you are going to be interested in her at all, because that's how it goes. The woman is not going to respect a man who doesn't have some going on at the center of his life, which is why I say Doovid has, potential because he's got a life. He's very grounded in it. But the second the woman thought that she was most worthy of his life, that'd be it. I mean, Doovid, you probably already know this. I'm just more saying it for Howie's benefit. It's frustrating though because it's like it's not nice to just be ultra servile if that's not your natural role. So just get over it and accept people the way they are. Don't live in a fucking deluded fantasy land. That goes for women as well as men. But the whole apex male thing, that I'm sure that gets old real quick for them. Like they, at some point,
I happen to have
it can't be
inside
that fun.
information that it does.
No, I don't
But
think it probably.
they don't usually understand that that's what's going wrong with their lives.
I don't think there's. I'm not. I wouldn't attach a moral statement to it. It's a strategy that may like JF. It's just a preference. It's a strategy, and Doovid and Howie have a different strategy than Luke and Brundle, and I'm not sure if you could put a good or bad in a certain perspective. It's like the whole Me Too and egalitarian feminism that. It's hard to know what women want, and it's hard to know what the proper behavior of men is.
What a woman essentially wants is protection from the outside world and for you to more or less be the guide in her life so that she feels she has her dominion, which is the home, and doesn't have to worry too much because you're competent to deal with things outside the home, just like what you're saying about Judaism. That's essentially it. But the thing is that it's the blood in the water, right? Like as soon as a woman senses that you're not in the role you should be, she's going to keep getting more and more merciless in her attacks. It's like a, what do you call it, a shit test, because ultimately women want to be dominated on some level, and it's men's job to steer the relationship on some other level. But it's like you got to have compatibility for lifestyle, and I see you as like not wanting to be with, you're not the type to make supper with your wife type deal. Like you want her serving you the meal when it's ready.
I'm
Sitting there chopping vegetables in the kitchen together. You know what I mean? Like
I don't know if Howard's like that. No, I mean
time.
that's not my issue at all. I was saying like I don't mind. I work together pretty good with people and like relatively. I could probably do
whether we're good with people. It's about how you want to spend your days, and you don't want to make a huge adjustment in lifestyle because it's going to feel like a huge imposition.
Well, I mean, I don't need to be served because I serve myself. I cook for myself, so it's not like I don't.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with you having to serve though?
For me, and I might still cook for myself. Like I'm a pretty good cook, so like I'm just saying like yes, I'd like children. It's more like I mean, God forbid, to put it that way. Like I'm more interested in children than a wife.
I get that, which is why it's about a value proposition.
Which is why I don't have either.
It in a way that she can understand. Yeah,
if she can't make a meal that is at least equal to my meal, then she can't cook for me.
No, I'd rather have an intelligent woman. Like at this point, like I'd rather have a high.
That is loser, Doovid. You get your intellectual fulfillment from your spiritual brothers and sisters. You can't expect that from your life partner. That is setting yourself up for disappointment. Can't you just get intellectual fulfillment from someone else? Like, is it that big of an adjustment? Like, do you really want to like live with someone who is that like that?
Yeah, I think IQ
My
would be.
husband's
Yeah,
a big burden.
I'd have to.
I know he loves me, but I'm sure it's a big burden.
I have to be someone who could understand what the hell I'm talking about. You know, saying like, okay, if
Well,
I'm
they're
willing
not
to bear
going
my
to do, but
children.
I mean, how long did it take me to understand your multiple truth hypothesis? And I'm trying, and I care, and it means a lot to me to be thorough. And it took me more than a year, I would say. So for a normal person to get on your level, I just guy or girl, I don't see it.
Well, I mean,
Especially
multiple
girl,
truth
no offense.
hypothesis is one thing, but it's like just even to simple level of communication or coordination.
Yeah, and you can get that from pretty much anybody. So what it really boils down to is somebody who's going to appreciate, who's not going to feel neglected by the fact that you're introverted. I would say, to put it in short, because some people really just like I know this guy who married this girl, and he's European, she's Indian, and like it was kind of wild to see them sitting there preparing supper together. And when I said that before, is what it reminded me of, and it was just like it seemed a bit foreign, the idea of a couple preparing supper together. Because
Well, I'm
I'm
a
like,
good cook.
oh,
Like I'm not worried about supper. I could prepare supper with anybody, and like I was just at the Hare Krishna
what would
temple
you
and served
want?
100 people. You know, even with COVID-19, like I just served 100 people dinner. Like I've trained people to cook. I'm not like like I'm not worried about the cooking. Like whatever reason you're using that example. Like no, like Doovid could work in the kitchen
It's not
with
about
anybody. I'm not
cooking.
like that
It's not about
example is not.
cooking. It's about lifestyle. It's about lifestyle. And like, do you want someone who's going to want to talk to you for hours and hours a day? Probably not.
Yeah, no, I mean it's pretty unclear and saying like there's reason why people like me and Howie are single, and like it's unfortunate, and it's a tough, lonely world to be. But that's part of the reason I enter streaming and to find meaningful relationships or people to even just to express themselves, their identity. Like if people don't even know who they are to express them, it's like how are you going to find a woman to respect you for who you are when you don't even know who you are? So it's
You
like
figure out what she's like, what's important to her, and then you express your strengths in her own language, so that it speaks to her on the evolutionary level, like on the animalistic level. So that you want your partner to feel safe in your presence and relaxed in your
Studying the
presence.
female mind has literally caused me to lose my mind.
Well, just
it didn't
grow
matter
up.
because
Just grow up about it.
the female mind is somewhat simpler than the male mind. So say like, okay, why I can't find my match is problematic, but say like, no, man, the female mind, there's not like a history. And like, Doovid did club promotion, lived in Manhattan. Like I'm screaming with, Luke Ford, expert in San Bernardino Valley. Like there's not like, like, I mean, like relatively, like like relationships in the female mind is not like some great mystery. There's basic
It is to me.
obvious. No, I'm saying is it to you because is your inability to say the problem with me, like Doovid has problems. That's why I don't have a girlfriend. That's why my relations with women aren't that great. But it's not because like women are this ununderstandable phenomenon, or it's not like because like like I'm not. It's not like most of my like I have a sister and a mother, and most of my friends have wives and daughters, and it's not like a phenomenon that's beyond me. The phenomenon that's beyond me is just who's the right woman for me, and how come I haven't been able to find her. But you're saying to you that's not just a phenomenon, like women are a mystery to you in totality. Because I'm going to say to me, like women aren't that much of a mystery. Just I haven't been able to find the right from for myself is so to say. I don't know if it's a mystery. I guess even that from my perspective makes sense. I'm a pretty eccentric guy, so it'd be pretty difficult for a guy like me to find the right woman. But your average guy has no problem finding the right woman. Your average woman, most people find like each other. It's not that complicated to hook up and find a match. And your average person, even of substantially below average intelligence, has no problem finding a woman and a mate and a match.
I think a lot of
I'm,
guys have trouble finding a
I'm
suitable
saying
wife.
that I don't care who I'm with. I can't get with anyone. I can't figure out why I can't get with anyone. No one's advice makes any sense because I've either tried everything that they've suggested or I've watched other people try it and I just don't care to try it myself anymore.
I mean, saying you, I mean, okay, I lived in New York and Manhattan. I had a lot of various friends and, I mean, cocaine habits and even your prostitutes and street people. Like I lived in Manhattan for years and, saying like, okay, like you say, I couldn't bring myself to do that, but like to go to the phenomenon, like, okay, like I sat in clubs in Manhattan, like it's not that difficult. People do it every night and, meet and hook up. It's not that difficult, even though it may not be within, so to say, your bounded free will that like you can't go to the bar and pick up on the woman. It just wouldn't work. You couldn't bring yourself to do it. And if you did bring yourself to do it, it wouldn't be natural and it would fail. It's possible that your drugs probably not you probably specifically, God forbid, cocaine would, and that's the reason why it's so popular, would change your experience. That like, God forbid, like a little bit of cocaine and you would be, as they say in Yiddish, stopping, very quickly. And that's why it's such a popular drug because,
I'm saying I've done a lot of cocaine and it hasn't helped.
Okay, but okay. I'm sorry to hear that, or maybe I'm glad. I mean, so it's probably your own personal hang up. I'm saying like you don't see like that other people don't seem to have that hang up, and it's probably something about you. If it's metaphysical, if it's Doovid, who has a
I would go as far to say it is something metaphysical that's causing me all this trouble because it doesn't actually make any sense, and I always struggle explaining this to people. Like, I've tried.
To me, it makes sense for myself. I'm saying why saying you have a unique personality, you have certain hangups that cause it to be difficult for you to have relationships, and you say, but like no, you find it like you're rejecting that. Like there's not something abnormal might be too strong a word that makes it specifically difficult for you to have relationships and meaningfully connect to people and. I mean, even say like, okay, Luke Ford is he's on Wikipedia. He's a sociopath. He has a problem having meaningful relationships with people, but still he was able to be aggressive with women, and being aggressive with women, some extent pays off. God forbid, like you might be rejected, you might make a lot of women feel uncomfortable, but to some extent, being aggressive with women is by far the best strategy to having success with women. I mean, you don't see that, Jennifer?
Yeah, women just like to be domed. Women like a take charge man because ultimately she wants protection from the harsh elements. So a guy who has a take charge attitude is dominant or domineering, gets his way. That's very appealing. It's like irresistible to the female soul. Now, Howie is making this mistake of just like being horrified. It's like, well, nature is not whatever. You got a problem with the aesthetics of it. It's like, well, how are the aesthetics of like a cowardly, afraid man who doesn't assert himself? It's like
it's the point. It's the
when
point of it.
When I try to assert myself, I get shot down faster. And it's not like I'm being aggressive. It's like I just present who I am, and I'm like unashamedly me. And I get shot down. And it's not like I'm completely abnormal in the way that I am either.
I gotta admit, like, I got some pretty geeky dudes. I don't know what word to use, but I was a good party promoter, and even like some really geeky social rejected dudes, like I was able to to get the women, and it's like it wasn't super difficult. It's a learnable phenomenon. There's books on it. You could take classes on it, and obviously women have free will. There's no secret that you do to how to pick up women. But at the end of the day, like you live in Manhattan, there's hundreds of thousands of women going out every night looking for men. So it's like not, here in Metro Detroit, even during COVID-19, there are probably thousands of women out at places, right? Even Sunday night, close to midnight, there's probably thousands of women still out at different places looking to meet men. So it's something that relatively is not complicated at all, and anybody should be able to learn. In the question, can you find the woman of your dreams, the right girl, the one who has all the qualities that you want, and maybe that doesn't even exist. It's a fantasy that you want all these qualities that don't
If it
exist together in the
wasn't
same person. But just that,
complicated, it would be easy. If it wasn't complicated, it would be easy. I would be doing it right now.
It can be very
it is
easy.
by definition easy, because like 1 out of 10, 1 out of 4 guys are pretty
More
successful
research
at it.
into the human brain than anyone else that I know
Yeah,
of.
but it's saying,
I
how
have
could it be so
literally lived
complicated
my
if 1 out of 4 guys are
from
successful at it?
studying women.
Howie, just on the simple level, like it can't be that complicated if like 1 out of 4 guys are pretty successful at picking up girls. You're saying, okay, you failed at it, but like don't say it's some colossal thing that doesn't make sense that anyone could do, when like factually like 1 out of 4 guys are pretty good at it.
The 80-20 rule seems to be true.
No, I mean, I've seen it a phenomenon. Like any dude could pick up girls, and it's saying, okay, you get the girls you want, but it's saying like, no, I mean, you could be ugly, you could be poor, you could have a stutter, you could have permanent physical disabilities. Like anybody, it's saying for a girl also, saying anybody could get matched up and find a mate. Like saying if you have your,
I can't. And I've spent years studying the brain trying to figure out why, and I can't find an answer.
Well, you just try studying the brain. It's like just like you go to a bar. And I was saying you also went to a bar. I would say also, but it's saying it could also be mentorship. Learn from people who are good at. I mean, God forbid.
The people who get laid most don't know how they do it. They can't put it into words. There has to be some sort of method that they're using, but they don't know what it is.
I've talked about this on the
subconscious. It's something so
I'm saying you're just wrong.
Instinctual that they cannot put it into words.
No,
and I can't do
wrong.
it because I am not connected to my reptilian brain like that. I'm not connected to my instincts like that.
You might have to do some counterintuitive things. That's what it is. It's doing counterintuitive things and washing away those illusions about some sort of Hollywood fantasy and being pragmatic and asking yourself, what do I want? What am I willing to bring to the table? And what are my deal breakers? I don't think you can answer that right now, Howie, because you got to get something going on for yourself, which is what brings the people to you.
Yeah, just being objective and saying you're incorrect, because I've discussed this with tens of pretty successful womenizers. I'm saying because I lived in New York, and that's probably one of the most common activities of people in New York is womenizing. And actually they get together and strategize about it, and talk about tips of the trade, and God forbid brag about it, but the ones who are best about it usually don't brag about it, more likely. And a lot of these people have pretty good theories. Some of them even write books about it and have training. And I remember my God forbid my Islamic friend, and he was really smart. He figured out Judaism pretty quickly, but I was like, but pimping ain't easy. It's like Judaism he figured out pretty quickly, but pimping isn't easy. And there is a certain logic to it, but I mean, saying you can't reject a phenomenon that is just obvious that so many other people are doing successfully. And so so it's saying you can't dunk, it's a physically not your ability. There might psychologically, I don't know enough about you, but you might have some sort of psychological hang up where or some sort of bad karma where you're God forbid just destined to be a failure with women. But no, I mean that's one of the most simple, well-researched, well-known phenomenon. Go to any open bar and you'll see plenty of people that are successfully carrying on this phenomenon right now. And generally your average person might have to do some sort of settling or a little bit of training, but almost anybody could find a girl. Almost any girl could find a guy. Not almost any, it's almost guaranteed 99% of people, if they're willing to make even minor adaptations, could find a relationship very quickly. That's the natural order of humanity. The incel phenomenon might have larger, problems with economic or integration, or racial, all these various phenomena that are hitting the West at the same time that cause the incel phenomenon. But even the incel phenomenon, any incel, within a few months or a few years, reality could turn themselves into a player. Like, it happens all the time. Like, you look at Vaush and all of these, main YouTube streamers, and then even, the path of, God forbid, I used to say years ago, and it's unfortunately, I mean, maybe not unfortunately, it's true. God forbid, like, former sluts marry rich, and so there's a certain phenomenon where you say, okay, I'm not good with girls, I'm an introvert, but God forbid, former sluts marry rich, so you just become successful, work hard, make your money, and build up your social credibility, and then eventually, like, those girls who weren't interested in you, all the guys they weren't interested can't provide for them as well as you, that eventually one will come your way.
I take the metaphysical route because I've been over this discussion so many dozens of times. I'm not average. I'm actually above average. In multiple
Yeah, but
ways.
that's your opinion. It's not. It's like it's the same thing with Claire. It's like your own assessment of how great you are doesn't matter. It's how other people see you. You could see yourself as awesome,
So
but if other people don't
how do
see
I change how other people see me?
it's a matter of marketing. It's figuring out, number one, what you want, what your deal breakers
And one of the things that I found in my studies is that women will decide if they want to sleep with you in the first 30 seconds of meeting you. So how do I change how I'm perceived in the first 30 seconds?
Well, it's all down to posture. Posture has to do with your spinal alignment. So the more strong your posture is, the sexier you're going to be. Right? So, like, my posture is so good that I, like, have to hunch on purpose. Otherwise, people will just start, like, women at parties, man, they'll just fucking jump on me. They don't even have to drink that much. It's ultimately 100% posture. Looks are really secondary to alignment. So if I was going to start, whatever, mentoring someone on that, I would say you got to start with posture. You got to get it right, and ultimately that's the springboard for everything else. The first impression, and there's other things, like hygiene's a big one. Cutting your nails. Some guys just forget.
I still say that
that's
the metaphysical explanation
a
is
woman
the best
will notice that. A woman will notice something like uncut nails. Like, that's a major red flag for a woman. It's just like ick. But the bad posture, that's a signal that you're of just lack of fitness. So you signal fitness through posture.
I still say it's metaphysical. That's
you can argue
most rational explanation given everything.
You can argue that it's metaphysical, but that's a bit of a cop-out.
I've been Pol Pot and Hitler and Stalin and all these terrible people every life that I've had in the past. That's why I'm suffering.
You sound like a queen right now. It's like women want a man to say, shut up and relax and make me a sandwich. They don't want a nervous wreck. So right off the bat, kvetching is not attractive. It just seems like insecurity, which signals lack of fitness. It's all about signaling fitness. Hello? Well, Mark Smith, it really depends how much clothes I'm wearing.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important conversation. It's related to a lot of these questions of identity, and some to the point, like, what do you really trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? Who are you trying to do? Are you just trying to demonstrate to yourself that you could accomplish something? Are you actually making a connection, or is it purely something mutually physical, or the various value proposition, and that it's not a very complicated value proposition. It's the most carnal one that intuitively basically makes sense to everybody. So I mean, you're like, maybe you're just overcomplicating something simple. and then you say, okay, if it's sinful behavior, you're saying like if you're talking about some sort of recognition of sinful behavior, or you're someone who is accepting that you're some sort of paradox within yourself that holds you back because you don't really want to do what you think you want to do, or the nature of your framing, your paradigm that just doesn't make sense to other people, that the way they see you, that you have some just energy that's off, and you call it metaphysical, where just like posture is probably the best example of energy. It would be the opposite. You're saying that, okay, that's why I wear my yarmulke and keep a humble posture, and that someone would see, it would make sense. They say, yes, Doovid's posture would it would be by definition unattractive. It's the posture of a religious man, a humble person, and it's designed to be that way because it's signaling something different than someone at the bar, or someone like a sporting event is trying to signal than the religious man, like the neck or the downward facing posture, or something that might be indicative of the religious person, is signaling something different than the athlete or the physical prowess. And so you might have a mixed energy that really just like, I mean, it's not a virtue signal, but whatever you're trying to signal is just an improper signal. And if you figured out, I mean, it's really nothing to figure out. Saying like I mean, if we were hanging out, even like, okay, me or Jennifer may, if we were actually in public in a place, or like we're gonna go to a party, or like prepping something, like, yeah, probably your posture would give it all away. And if you couldn't get your posture in a way that made sense, you're like, yeah, unfortunately, you're probably gonna fail.
I've
And
come
if it
to
was
a
me, you're
couple
saying,
of
okay, my posture is my protection mechanism. Like, you couldn't get me to change my posture because my posture is representative of, so to say, the submitted religious nature, and that the people at a bar or club or party, they're not going to have that type of posture, and if they did, they wouldn't be at that kind of event.
I've come to a couple of possible conclusions about it. One is based in triune brain theory, that I'm just not connected to my reptilian brain sufficiently to be able to do what other people do instinctually.
I mean, that's neurological. I'm saying that's something that scientific, you get like a CAT scan, something would be extremely unlikely, because, like, I mean, unless there's like a sickness or diagnosis that that you could be diagnosed with, that's probably inaccurate, that you're saying you have something clinically wrong with you that could be tested, and in all likelihood, like, no, you probably don't have some sort of like hippocampus like wiring problem, or some sort of neurological disorder with your like hippocampus wiring.
Another one is that, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just that and the metaphysics shit. Because I've been through everything else. There's really nothing else that I can go over. I wasn't always a nervous wreck. I've been many things in my life.
You say nervous could be the signal that I mean, women don't like people that are nervous.
Well, I'm a nervous wreck now, because when it comes to women, because I've been doing this shit for years, studying this shit for years, trying to figure it out, and I just break my own self down more and more trying to figure it out.
You have too much Vata in your system. You have an Ayurvedic doshic imbalance. You have to diminish your Vata in your system. You have too much air in your mind, and it's causing you to go in a positive feedback loop where anxiety from previous experiences is tainting potential for future experiences. You got to eat more soup.
It's also, it's not really an intellectual endeavor. It's not like a topic like physics. It's an activity more like athletics, or like acting or something like that. Like it's not really an intellectual subject to study. It's an activity that's practiced, and I mean,
I think you could approach
Trying to
it scientifically.
trying to figure out why you're not throwing the ball far enough to get to the goal doesn't usually cause you to go into a Lovecraftian nightmare state of mind.
Well, it does when you have a Vedic dosha and don't take steps to balance it. You have one of the most Vedic doshas I've ever seen in my life. And you're not taking any steps to balance it. And if anything, you're exacerbating it with all the drugs, which most of the time increase Vata and should be done not if you have an imbalance, you know?
yeah, I mean, you're probably better off with a more renunciate type, saying, okay, like I tried and I failed, even though, something that seems that most people succeed at. So it's not like, some like, like you tried to solve the hard problem of consciousness and fail. Like you tried to do something that, the majority of humans succeed at and fail. So I mean, you have to recognize some sort of fundamental difference. No, like you're not trying. Like it's not like you're trying to, solve some unsolvable problem. You're trying to achieve what your average person achieves.
Yeah, Truth and Doubt says mostly you just ask a lot of questions about the girl and say, I understand, and yes, a lot. And, that goes a long way. Women tend to vent their aggression by blabbing, and men, first instinct tends to be to want to solve the problem, which is
That always
not
got
what the
me
woman
friend
wants.
zone.
You
What?
can't overthink this. That's why I keep on repeating the obvious point.
You can't
Like, you have to recognize that what
lot.
you're saying is the majority of people achieve.
The
So I mean,
point is
it's not some super complicated thing, because the majority of people do in fact achieve what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, obviously, it's a challenge for him, and I think it's a matter of getting out of your own way. And I think at the point at which the person takes responsibility for the outcome is the point at which things begin to change. You have to understand how
I'm not responsible for the outcome.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Things haven't changed because you haven't accepted responsibility for the outcome. Like I've had tons of outcomes
I'm
that I
not
didn't like.
responsible for the outcome.
Why not?
Because women have free will as well. Women have
Nobody
choice.
has free will, Howie. You can accept the truths about dating or you can reject them, but if you reject them, it's like, well, don't say I didn't tell you so, because it's formulaic. It's something you have to get familiar with. Yes, female psychology can be horrifying to men. That's why you have a spiritual community that you can come to and have a life that satisfies that thing that we all need. Like Dude was talking about, he wants a woman who's smart enough to understand him. It's like, I think you just want to be understood, period. And I guess I'm trying to advise people to not look for that in a marriage partner, but rather in a religious community, because it's like taking a lot of stress off of a relationship if you're not expecting that. Because it is unfortunately an unrealistic expectation that a woman's going to be able to get you. Because it's like, we don't really get these things. We have to talk about them a lot. And then over time, it sort of crystallizes. We get it a little bit more and we get better and better. But we're all like into this lifestyle 24/7.
I'd change it, just say coordinate. Even say, okay, like get, but at least to be high enough IQ to do the necessary coordinating at the complicated level that would be needed for someone like me.
I'd help you out, just as like a friendship thing. I wouldn't expect anything back. I've already arranged 2 marriages and they're going very well. It's all about expectation, and it's gotta work, right? It's gotta be like I'm just thinking about my sort of failed engagement, and I wouldn't want to see you make that same mistake where it's like, great guy, perfect in every way, but he just wanted to talk all the fucking time, and it was like he just needed me so much, and it felt like a weight that I was drowning in, and I didn't realize it till it was too late. I guess I was hoping you could avoid my same pitfall.
Yeah, I mean, good people could make bad scenarios work. So
but that's not the attitude to have with it. The attitude to have is like, you want someone who is more or less has the same sort of social requirements that you do. Otherwise, they're going to feel rejected, or they're going to feel neglected, and you're going to feel overburdened by all their like needs to talk about, cutting their toenails or whatever. Like some people, that's comforting for them, is just to blab incessantly, and it's like, I feel like you're not like that. Truth and
well, even how we have the ability to self-define. So I mean, at least Doovid at some point, largely been able to, like semi-accurately self-define myself.
Sure,
So
and you
these,
want to keep doing your service, and the best way to do that service is to be happy with the way things have turned out and feel supported by that. And you don't want to have to waste your spiritual energy dealing with all the pitfalls of a bad matched relationship.
you have to come to largely, come to terms with where you took birth, with your family, your health and your appearance and all these things, and like you come to grips with that, it'll probably make it easier. Or if you're just trying to experiment with like pickup artistry, I guess, which was a big thing on the internet and alt-right and various things, and I would probably recommend against that in the first place.
It's degenerate. It's a waste of time.
But it's like, even if that is your goal, it's like no, I mean, even relatively, that's a skill that anybody could learn. Like I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it's just like being popular. Anybody could be popular to some extent. Could train themselves to be likable, and get a group of friends. You can't get things to go your way, and it's largely not getting other people to adapt to you. It's you adapting to other people, and maybe that's the flaw that you're making.
If I knew what to do, if I knew what they want, I could do it. I could adapt to it.
But I mean,
what they want is for you to be the barrier between their nice, cozy little home and horrible, scary outside reality, and to basically control their view of reality. Women don't want to be responsible for the consequences.
How do I make that clear in the first 30 seconds?
Let me finish, Howie. Women know on some level they make bad decisions. They don't want to be responsible for them. And if you're directing the relationship, then that means that whatever happens, that isn't their fault, which is weight off their shoulders, which is what they're looking for, is protection from the elements. That's what man provides.
Have you tried what the best known strategy, God forbid?
What strategy is that? Because I don't know of any strategy that actually has been put into words that actually works. Pickup artistry is snake oil.
It's called paying.
Paying?
Howie, you have to bring something to the table. What is it that a woman could find attractive in you? Hello?
Well, it's not about what they could find attractive in me.
It is actually all about that.
What they can find attractive in me in the first 30 seconds, because if it's not in the first 30 seconds, I get shut down.
I know Doovid's saying just money, but honestly, Doovid, it's a posture thing too. That's what informs the sexiness. And I mean, at some point you get so good with posture, you literally want turned off because it's just too much sexiness. Like, you're not taking control of your destiny, Howie. What do you bring to the table? You can't answer it.
Well, I was saying the easiest factor was what I mentioned. I was saying that's not the only way. It's not what I'm recommending, but I was saying it's just like, well, I mean, certainly that should work. I mean, maybe not work with everyone, but like certainly that should work. So you're saying you haven't tried the most obvious, or saying even somehow that failed, or you're saying like, no, you don't want to try the most obvious.
I mean, to get someone, yeah, that's true. Like, you'd be guaranteed to get someone if you have money and you can provide whatever. But that's going to get you a certain type of woman.
There's never a guarantee, but it's saying like that's the most basic strategy. Like okay, you're saying like okay, like you don't know how to rap, you don't know how to sing. Like okay, you're not like one of these things. But it's like can you pay? And it's saying well, and if you tried that, and it's saying that isn't that the most straightforward? And saying like obviously. You can't just stop someone on the street and pay them money and get them to do whatever you want, but usually inform is the best of strategies. It's just paying.
So just saying, have you not tried? Just walk up to women and be like, "Hey, here's."
No, I think generally you can't just walk up. Because people have to, so to say, you'll be on the market, and so say something's not on the market, and you can't buy something that's not on the market, but something that clearly is on the market, you could make an offer. And especially like if you're going out to places or something, like where you're talking about people that you're meeting for the first time in person. yeah, I mean, money is probably the most basic of all the signals that you're going to give. And saying that, like if you're not an athlete, if you're not going to put on, like 30 pounds of muscle or something like that, money is your basic signal. It's the most likely thing to work. It's probably proven to be the most thing to work. Or, you just try a different strategy where you're saying you try internet, where you're going to talk on the internet and use a service and, talk for months or weeks before you meet. But I mean, from your perspective, is like if you haven't tried paying, like you haven't tried, because that's the most obvious strategy.
That's pretty much the only thing that I have not tried.
Because that's the one thing that's basically guaranteed to work.
That's basically guaranteed to work if you have someone who is, low intellect enough for it.
Well, I'm not necessarily low intellect. I was saying
It's a
that,
necessary, like having financial stability is a requirement for most women. And the ones who don't, they're independently wealthy, you're going to need to deal with all the neuroses associated with that. Just its own kettle of fish, right? So, given the statistical non-prevalence of that, like why would some heiress want you as her boy toy? Again, it's like, what do you bring to the table? Like I said, the posture thing. You could basically be a hobo if your posture is good enough. But again, that requires very high physical health and a dedication to it.
well,
But
I
it
say
would
most
work.
people, the virtue signal, okay, the fancy car, the nice clothing, maybe tipping the maitre d', maybe treating people, maybe buying drinks, or standing above your fellow man through buying power. That's pretty typical, and saying that's almost obvious. And as I said, that's the dominant strategy, especially if your goal is so if your goal is to um, make impure the pure, that's more difficult. It's like, no, I only, my only desire is to impurify the pure. And if it's not a case of impurifying the pure, it's not interesting to you. So you say, well, in that case, no wonder you always fail, because why would something that's pure want to be made impure? But if you're, your case, like I don't mind, like dealing with impure objects. So, the case that the more impure the object, the less um, pushback you're going to have. But I mean, that's also the dilemma. You can say that people want to impurify something pure.
Money is a necessary, not a sufficient condition. If you want to start making demands on what you expect out of someone, you got to bring more than just money to the table. So money's like a starting point.
I know people who are broke who get laid.
Yeah, it's not that complicated. Like obviously, like 1 out of 3, 1 out of 2, like probably even 2 out of 3 people like are pretty successful in this venture. It's not something like, as I said, like the majority of people largely are successful in this venture.
I still see the 80-20 rule being true.
And these people who get laid all the time who are broke, how's their posture?
They have good posture, so
there
do I.
you go. But do you really? Are you really projecting?
Yes, I really do. I really do.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it could also be. Yeah, I mean, you got issues obviously in saying like, okay, like we're just talking over the internet, but if you're meeting in person and like, I mean, because I haven't done this for years, but like, like okay, like like we made parties, saying like all types of people, like it was in New York, like like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people came to events, like different people, and that's successfully being a party promoter. Even I saw that Justin Murphy, right? I spoke to him. We didn't stream together. We spoke offline a bit. It's saying like like streaming. It's kind of like a personality. You got to groom people. You got to be nice to people. You got to, and you could be a pretty substantially good person and just have some sort of personality flaw, like Mark Zuckerberg in like social media or something, where you just like like wasn't good with women. And some sort of flaw in Mark Zuckerberg's personality, at least like the movie Social Network, looked at, and that like that could be you, and God forbid, and maybe just talking to you, the fact that you reject the obvious, like, just something that, like you can't see the obvious because you're blinded by yourself, probably. Generally people who can't see the obvious, it's themselves that blinds them. And then, the question is, maybe you don't actually want to accomplish, like, like for some reason you think you want to accomplish this, which I don't know why you would, because it's basically just sinful behavior. So it's saying, good for you. Like God has helped you. God blessed you. Like, it's a miracle that God helped you avoid this sinful behavior. So, I mean, you should be thanking God that, God stood in the way of reality where almost everybody else besides you pretty easily accomplishes this goal. But, maybe God somehow protected you from sinful behavior for some special reason.
I don't believe in one night stands. I don't believe in doing that.
Well, I'm saying from a perspective, you're saying, like, saying you reject you. I mean, if you have a string of renunciation, you're saying stuff has to be sanctioned. Even contracted. That relatively from a Vedic or biblical perspective, is if there's not like a contract signed by people's parents, it wasn't legitimate. I even told that to JF, like, the main tenet of feminism is that he was upholding, just saying that the woman's right to do it for her own body, it goes against biblical law, because I mean biblical law is like, no, that's your father's right. It's not your right to choose for yourself. That's your father's decision. And so if you have that sort of insight and saying, okay, like in the bar, like girls don't call their father and ask them, and God forbid, probably lost their purity a long time ago anyways, but from some sort of higher esoteric principle, you say the scripture does point to on the factual level that it's actually not the woman's choice, it's the father's choice.
Yeah, because it's like a property thing, right?
Well, yeah, I'm saying it's
Property
actually
you can't
actually
choose.
in the Vedas. I'm saying,
Yeah,
that
you're the
there's even a
property.
document. There's even a document with a signature.
Yeah, you're
And
the
I don't know. I
property.
don't know
The
when you
idea
got
is
married.
that
I don't know
the
when
idea
you
is that
got.
you're the property of your parents, right? That's the idea behind that logic. You're your parents' property.
Yeah, I was saying the dowry isn't paid to the woman. The dowry is paid to the father of the woman.
Yeah, exactly. So that's in keeping with the idea of the children being the property of the parents. I
Yeah,
think
and
that's
not just
definitely a better
property
way
in
to look
general,
at it.
but at least that specific thing isn't the child's property; it's the parent's property. I'm saying that the
Yeah.
child isn't necessarily a slave of the parent in all factions or property in all manner.
No, but their property. Well, that's the way to look at it. The child is the property of the parent. The parent does the best that they can for the child. I mean, the idea is the parent knows better than the child, and that's pretty reasonable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so you could, okay, so Howie is explaining how God has miraculously saved him from sin, even though he desired to sin. So I mean, it sounds like a positive thing that, like, Howie personally desired to be a sinful person, but somehow he was miraculously saved by God from sin, even against his own desires.
I don't believe that it is sinful, though.
Yeah, but I mean, Scripture says it clearly. I mean, your belief doesn't matter.
Casual sex is a sin. Being obsessed with sex is sinful. Yeah.
Well, yeah, casual sex is a sin. Putting
No, it's like,
sex in place
not
of God is
not
a
to say
sin.
it has to be sanctioned. If it's not sanctioned, it's sinful. It was saying,
That
and not only that, it has to be contractual. It has to be.
that's the part that I disagree with.
It's saying
But
it not only from a scriptural perspective, it not only is it's not only not enough to just be consensual among the man and the woman. It has to be consensual between the man, the women, and their parents, and a religious figure. It has to be sanctioned. There has to be a contract signed. And if that's not the case, it's sinful. There's zero exception according to biblical or Vedic scripture. I mean, you have Vincent and his arguments about the Kama Sutra or whatever, and there might be certain elements, but no, in straight Vedic law, there's a contract, there's a marriage contract, there's a dowry, and anything that's not done according to that system is sinful. And in your Judeo-biblical system, basically all scripture points to the direction that it has to be sanctioned, and if it's not sanctioned, it's a sin.
Yeah, and sadly, a lot of marriages don't end up too well. So maybe if we weren't making so many sinful, sexually
But if
union
it's not
marriages
sinful,
would
if
work
it's
out better.
sanctioned, just because the marriage doesn't work out well doesn't mean that it's at least sanctioned. That matter is not sinful behavior.
Yeah, I just feel like it has a better chance of working out.
Well, yeah, I
Who
mean,
knows in the modern
if
age?
it's in line with scripture, of course, there's a much better chance of saying that very rarely do do things work out good that were born in sin. So saying like the whole purpose of this conversation just seems relatively it's saying like like Doovid is saying like yes, it's very easy to sin. Most people choose the path of sin, and like I'm not here to like try to help you sin. But just from the philosophical level, they're saying like no, like you don't need like Doovid, like anybody could tell you that like it's very easy to sin and most people sin. And if you're not being successful at sinning, that's probably a good thing. But your explanations for it didn't make sense because like Doovid has seen enough to know like no, like sinning is extremely easy. Most people do it all the time. That
If
your
it was
explanation.
extremely easy, I would be doing it. I can't do it.
No, I'm
I,
saying
I
like I mean, saying like the fact that you can't do it doesn't like no, it's extremely easy. I've seen enough to know like it's factually extremely easy. That the fact that you're having
for
difficult
some
with
people
it
or for some
with it
kinds of people.
doesn't at all for a second make me think like oh maybe it's not extremely easy. Saying there might be some reason for you it's difficult, but from a factual level like no, like this is one of the easiest things that almost all people accomplish without too much struggle.
So how does one go about removing vata?
Well, you want to make sure you get a lot of sleep, and you want to start eating heavier, sweeter, salty, and sour foods. And you want
Yeah,
to
I mean, it could be that
stay away
you're
from anything that
That's
has a lot of air
that's
in it.
a lot.
You want to stay away from stuff that's going to cause excess air because a Vatican balance and excess is too much movement and too much airiness.
I do actually already eat a lot of meaty, fatty, sugary, salty stuff.
I mean, it might increase your passion. You're saying a vegetarian diet would probably be a good start.
Yeah,
But
like
I mean, diet is likely to, but even just if you say like, I desire to be a good person, I desire to avoid sinful behavior, and you're saying like, no, I do not desire to be a good person. I desire to participate in sinful behavior, and actually, my main goal right now is to sin and get away with it. And so if you're coming at it like basically you're trying to make a deal with the devil, you're trying to find a way to to be a better sinner.
Yeah, how does one make a deal with the devil? Because I could probably use his help right now.
We probably don't. I mean, basically it's more action, and saying it's like the people who just do it and then they get away with it, or the deal they make is so to say the theory that they're getting away with it. But
a
if
deal
you're
with the devil is trading off short-term benefits for long-term costs.
I mean, like the Myers-Briggs was if I'm an INTP, and like whatever you are, if you're thinking too much about it before you do it, you're probably never going to do it. And the people that are successful about it, are more in the world of action than in thought. So if you're residing mostly in the world of thought, not in action, and then when you try the action, it fails, and the other people who don't seem to think about what they do nearly as much as you, somehow when they act, they're successful. And so to you, it's a paradox. Like all you do is think and examine how to do things better, and you keep on failing. As where these other people never think and examine about how to do things better, or at least much less than you, and somehow they're succeeding.
When I
So I mean,
don't think about it, I fail. When I do think about it, I fail. There's no point.
yeah. I mean, so from my perspective, you're being protected by God. That the other people God allows to fall into more sinful behavior, but whatever God has reasons to protect your purity, and therefore, what to you seems like punishment is actually a praise because you had been desiring sinful behavior, and God really helped you out by preventing you from being able to act out on your sinful desires. Well, you should thank God. Thank God for your failure, and say it's like, okay, like now you're enlightened.
Yeah, maybe we can wrap it up for now. It's been a pretty interesting show. I enjoyed the direction it took there. It was fun talking a bit about, well, not quite pickup artistry, but relationship success. I guess I'm more of the mind of, with regards to endorsing sinful behavior, quote unquote, like I figure, give people what they want, even if it isn't the highest form of purity. Giving them what they want will make it easier for them to realize that the only thing they really want is the highest form of purity.
Yeah, I mean, there's Kabbalistic understandings about the kind of sublimation of desires, or what people really want, or the Kabbalistic sphere system where there's a klipa, what they call like impurities, that there's a pure nature and an impure nature of the same qualities, and but yeah, I mean, if you're a spiritual seeker, like you have to look at your like I was saying, like have your calculations, saying like I'm a spiritual person, I have an understanding of the collective state, the current state of suffering, and that I do not want to be the cause of increasing suffering for myself or anybody or the world in general, and I'm very careful about my actions, and I'm sensitive to increasing the suffering of other people in all of my actions, and you might make mistakes and increase suffering, but it's definitely something that I constantly am on the lookout for, and paying attention into noticing these general states of suffering, and are my activities causing suffering to decrease, and knowing, God forbid, if my actions could be causing suffering to increase, and then if that were, God forbid, the case, to immediately try to correct my actions so that they're not increasing suffering. And so if you're not enlightened and you don't look at it that way, say like, no, I'm not concerned with decreasing suffering, I'm concerned with fulfilling my my fantasies, my desires, even if it increases suffering, even if it increases suffering for myself and other people. And so, unfortunately, how you appear to be in this unenlightened state, right now, which is fine, because enlightenment is not the natural condition. Darkness and ignorance is the natural condition, and enlightenment does not happen naturally. It happens through struggle.
Enlightenment takes a lot of energy to maintain.
Well, I was saying, so of all the effort that you put into sin, imagine you would put that into enlightenment. How enlightened you'd be. You're saying like, oh man, like all these years, like it's just all this effort and thought and money, and I put into worthless sinful behavior that in reality would have hurt me, not helped me. What if you had put that effort into enlightenment?
I have in the past.
Okay, good for you.
And I was telling Jen about that. I believe I was enlightened at a certain point in time.
It doesn't work like that. You don't get enlightenment and then magically lose it. It's a complete transformation of your state of mind. Falling out of enlightenment is a very long process, if at all, that it happens, right? What you experienced was some altered state of consciousness that was higher than normal consciousness. But that doesn't magically make it enlightenment because you want it to be. No, it doesn't take... It's not even a fair comparison, because it takes less energy to be enlightened than not. It's more draining to be not enlightened. So you're saying it takes a lot of energy to be enlightened. It's like, no, it takes a lot of energy to not be enlightened. But it does take a lot of energy to become enlightened.
Enlightenment's a better, superior energy use status, but lower energy entropy, or however you're going to classify it. But, the tendency of, you have to even know a system, like, saying like the gunas, the Hindu system, the Kabbalistic system, to understand action reaction and the what behaviors and the karma that results from it, that someone would see this is bad karma, this course of action that I'm seeking is bad karma and should be avoided.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see what the consequences are going to be for all these actions. So,
I mean, they're generally regularly most in the enlightenment to just say that you're constantly on the path of limiting suffering. You recognize that there is such a phenomenon and a goal that's worthy of, then you're at least semi-enlightened. Whether to actually be successful in the goal and quest of limiting suffering for yourself and others, but just to be on the path where you're thinking in that process to say, God forbid, the majority of people who may not even consider that, and then when you're looking at your behavior patterns, that just to say, like, what is the purpose of this behavior? Why am I acting according to this? And you say, oh, because of the passions, because I have passions, and I'm trying to fulfill my passions, and that is directing my behavior, or some sort of superior control of a person's own behavior, that they have higher goals and higher control of themselves to act in a more refined way that I would call free will. But theologically, if you don't want to put in the expression of free will, but just some self-actualization and understanding of karmatic processes and the effect that your control of yourself has on karma. And
what do
we
you
were saying
think
that
about
earlier,
that,
we're just
Howie?
looking at results, saying we were talking like good or bad karma, enlightenment, not enlightenment, versus, factually, like my goal is to sin. And saying, well, how do you sin? It's just like, like God, like the science of violence or something. Like if your goal is to hurt people, there is a science of violence, and you could learn the science of violence. And God forbid, if you want to hurt people, that like learn violence. Don't watch Week in Review. And if you want to pick up girls at the bar or something, like it's a science like violence. There's a lot of people are very good at it, but it's not one of the sciences we're teaching here on Week in Review.
I don't mind a little digression. I feel it keeps me fresh. I mean, it's certainly easier than a lot of the stuff we talk about, but I think maybe it's not as obvious as you think, Doovid. It sounds like you have a lot of experience, but I think for a lot of people, they struggle with this for one reason or another. Like the incel phenomenon is a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I'm saying obviously relationships are a tough problem, and different people struggle in different levels. But I mean, from the phenomenon, saying that that there's a large portion of humanity that doesn't struggle that much with it. So you question, why am I struggling with something that the majority of other people are not struggling with? And that could be a depression thing. That's like, oh my God, like there's something wrong with me. That the other people just don't seem to struggle with this, and why am I struggling with it? And that's probably a certain phenomenon, along with other social, cultural, demographic factors, economic factors, and in various things. But when it comes to a person making an all-around good decision, and you say, like, oh, in terms of relationships, people in relationships generally don't make all-around good decisions. They just are in the world of action, and they do something. So if it's a question of would you rather be single or in a relationship, and if you'd rather be in a relationship, you'd probably rather be even in a bad relationship than no relationship.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's generally the phenomenon I'm making, saying that there's a certain level to, like, okay, you're an incel because you would rather not be in a bad relationship than no relationship. But if you really didn't want to be alone, you say, I would rather be in a bad relationship than no relationship. And then you probably wouldn't be alone because you would at least be able to form some sort of bad relationship.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seemed like pretty straightforward logic. Saying, like, if you don't mind a bad relationship, you're not going to be alone.
Okay, so maybe we can conclude the show. Be going for a little while there. I thought was pretty interesting. It's already 4 hours and 12 minutes. Wow. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Howie, did you have any last words?
Nope.
Thanks for joining, and hopefully we can continue this and other interesting conversations. What about you, Doovid? Got any interesting plans coming up?
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Luke. Hopefully we'll still stream, but less, and it'll be more guided. Like we'll pick like a topic or something, because I think just like coming on his daily show is I don't really see it going anywhere. It's not organized structurally good enough for me. This week I'm glad. I guess I'm glad Howie came on, but you got to step up your meta-analysis, like week in review, in terms like it's like if you want to stream, you got a channel like recommend. You could make chill streams, talk to people. It's a good thing, but it's like management. Like you're saying, like you got to concisely break things down. Come on week in review, and you're more like the organizational meeting for the rest of the week. That's what we're trying to make it. We call it meta-analysis or various things. And then if it's just me and Jennifer, like, okay, like we didn't really talk. We probably could have talked about, just the coronavirus, the science, various things, because we're both struggling with extremely large topics that both of us will probably be researching the rest of our life. So we didn't really talk about any of that stuff this week, but I'm sure we get back to next week. So happy Radastomy, Rada's appearance day this week. It should be a blessing for people. Think Howie, maybe Radha will help you using the feminine counterpart of Krishna, representing the feminine counterpart of the divine in general. So Tuesday, find a place to celebrate the holiday. Maybe it'll help. And with that, looking forward to next week in review.
Thanks, Doovid. It was an awesome show, and thanks, Howie. Thanks, everyone in the chat. Appreciate all your contributions. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner. Take care, and bye-bye for now.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?